The morning phase is complete as the field of over 200 drivers prepare for what is going to be the end of their qualifying heats, ready for their Superbeats finals tomorrow. Welcome to Sweden, home of IKEA, Volvo, and of course everyone's favorite brand, and mine personally, ABBA. We're in Kristianstad, the hidden gem in the mesmerizing forests surrounding the circuit. It is played host time in and time out to European and World Championship events, and this weekend is no different as the Championship of the Future is going to crown their champions at the end of this weekend in OK and OKJ. The Awesome Ring, year of opening 1967, event record set by Timo Rämäkäs in non-qualifying practice earlier on in the weekend. The 48.879, a tantalizingly quick lap, only a tenth off the outright lap record of the circuit. The track, though, a fabulous roller coaster of a circuit, 1,221 meters in total track length. It's 185 down the start-finish straight. It's around 8 to 10 meters wide as it opens up into the apexes of corners with an elevation change of 6 meters as it goes from the highest part on the start-finish line all the way to the bottom of the circuit down at turn number 4. And that brings me very appropriately on to those turns indeed. 14 of them in total, spanning the 1.2 kilometer circuit, where all of those corners are a challenge for the drivers. You've got high-speed sections through turn 1 as it goes through the likes of 2 and 3 and down the hill in towards turn number 4. It is quite the track, and like we say, 14 of them in total. 7 to the right, 7 to the left, and 6 hairpins out there. All of them provide ample overtaking opportunities. We see them in towards turns 4, turn 1, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10, plus turn 14. Basically, you can pretty much overtake everywhere here. It's that open and flowing for the drivers, and it's fast too, as drivers will be topping out at around 125 kilometers an hour into the braking zone of turn number 1. They'll average around 83 kilometers an hour around the entirety of the lap. It is a fast, demanding circuit for our drivers. And we've already seen some pretty fast and dramatic racing this morning as we'll welcome everyone back. Myself, Anthony Jordan, Guillaume Alvarez in the box. Like we've mentioned, we've already seen some pretty hectic first races. I'm expecting we're going to see some more now.
Yeah, and the conditions should stay the same, dry, sunny, a little bit chilly with the wind, just the way we like it. And the 10 races that we are now, we do have behind us, 8 this morning, 12 yesterday, 20 behind us, and 10 more to go this afternoon. So stay with us. We have a lot of kart racing of great quality ahead of us. 10 races to go on schedule this afternoon, live from the YouTube channel of the Champions of the Future Year Series. And on Motorsport TV, we got you covered as always to follow the big finale, much expected for the past few weeks, of this year's Champions of the Future Year Series. Now, this is what lies ahead of us with the first of the 10 remaining qualifying heats on schedule today. We're going to have the final phase tomorrow on Sunday with the super heats and the final crowning this year's victor in Kristianstad and champion in both the OK and the juniors. But now, as you can see, the groups, some of them drivers have 2 races left. A couple of them in the group B and C have just the 1 remaining. So we're getting into that very tricky phase of having to really secure the results you've been working towards. And there will be even thinner margin for error in the coming races in both classes, starting with the junior categories, drivers between 12 and 14 years of age, as we're going to have the first of the 10 races, as Emiliano Hernandez will be starting from pole position for this one. D versus F will be the 2 groups up next, and as you can see, under the beautiful sunshine, a little bit of cloud though, but no threat of rain on the horizon. In Kristianstad, the weather is on our side, and the drivers are already on the pre-grid waiting for the signal and the whistle and the green flag from this man on the left side. Martin Bean, our race director. Chris Lambrecht, the stewards chairman as well, by his side, saying a nice hello to the camera. Hello to you, gentlemen. Thank you for your hard work, as always, as the second part of the racing program today is about to get going. You've heard the whistle. The green flag is waving in the air as well, as drivers are now allowed to take part again into the racing on the Asian ring of Kristianstad. 1.2 kilometer of length, 14 turns, going up and down as we take a look through the grid.
Indeed, Emiliano Hernandez on pole position for this one. He'll be joined by Turner Brown alongside Matteo Rivals, and Oscar Wally will go from row number 2 with Henry Domain and Ludovico Mazzola, who will round up row number 3. Gianlo Saya and Priyan Bruno go from row 4. They'll have Enia Pazzuto and Sevolodo Sachi-Stulowski on row number 5. Antoine Vinar and Sebastian Eskandari round out row number 6. Bruno Blanco and Asher Osteen go from row 7 with Remy Samchek and Will Green on row 8, with Gilles Herman and Billy Van Sturven on row number 9, with Van Sturven going for a brand new set of tyres on the left-hand side.
And we're going to have on row number 10, Dan Halleman and Julian Frasnelli. Row 11, Tony Cacciaferro and Ali Tristan Christen. Row number 12, Samuel Egan and Simba Motoda. Row number 13, Olivier Rossini and Malcolm Millel. Row number 14, Marcel Zapla and Marcel Zebo. Row 15, Christian Alexander Rost and Hampus Holmberg. And at the back end, row 16, Levin Barbier, Magnus Morch and Giacomo Giusto. Do we have everybody on board for this first race of the afternoon? Still, Giacomo Giusto missing out, unfortunately, the Parolin driver who is stepping out of the weekend, unfortunately for him. So almost a full grid. And as you can see, everybody is at the station, including Joanna Falcao and Sam Fisher from Race Control. They're the ones watching along everybody out there on track.
I don't know why, but there always seems to be a giggle going on in Race Control whenever that camera comes on. I don't know what it is, but there we go. Something always seems funny. Right, they're watching all of the cameras out there, and they're in constant communication with, of course, the officials team out on circuit, including, of course, race director Martin Bean on the gantry. The marshals there working hard over the course of this weekend. Thankfully for them, the sun is shining and it is a beautiful day. 19 degrees is the air temperature, as something tells me this first race backwards is going round again, and it is. The back of the grid not formed up at all there. The field goes round one more time, and confirmation there on your screen. The blinking yellow lights next to the 4 red lights indicating a false start, and the field know it. They go round again, and there is race director Martin Bean. There is your qualifying heats currently at the moment. Michael McGoy at the moment in the lead of that one, and of course for him, he has only got one more race to go. We see him out in groups B and E earlier on, and of course him in group B, he will be right at the end of the day for his last race, so he's only got one more attempt to get it done. So we're not going to see them out for quite some time. But for the rest of this field, it is just a case of seeing what they can do right now. See, this is groups D versus F. This will be essentially their 4th race of the weekend. And right now, this will really square away what they really want to do on this one. Emiliano Hernandez is, I believe, the best scoring person in and around this area. Had some good results earlier on. And, of course, the Mexican driver starting this one on pole position inside of row number 1. Here we go then, back into the tram lines. This looks a lot more controlled as we enter into it. Lights will go out. We are racing down towards turn number 1. It's a good start for Hernandez in the lead of this one. He is in control as they enter into the chicane for the first time. They are 3-4 wide. There's a side pod that's been kicked off a cart there. Someone's getting a technical flag at the end of lap number 1, but we'll try and figure out who that is. I'm sure when the marshal picks up the debris, it'll have a cart number on it, and should make it nice and easy to tell us who that is. But look at the getaway that Emiliano Hernandez has had. As down the inside, is that a VDK? Is that Antoine Vinar trying to fight forward? It is a VDK right there pushing forward. Beautiful start there then for Antoine Vinar. He is battling away pretty nicely with the likes of Turner Brown, who's still up in that top area. I think I'm seeing some more drivers in and around that area as well trying to push forward, but we'll keep an eye as they cross the line of who is where at the end of the opening stage. Ludovico Mazzola still there inside that fight as Hernandez leads the way from Matteo Rivals. Sayer from Domain. Turner Brown, it was Antoine Vinar up at 5 places ahead of Ludovico Mazzola. Priyan Bruno from Oscar Wally and Sebastian Eskandari, who lock out the top 10 currently. Magnus Morch is held on to the back of the grid. Billy Van Sturven, though, has lost out on 13 positions on that opening lap. Could be the possible recipient of that side pod that's come off.
Yeah, we'll need to get a good view on that again. Lap number 2 out of 10, and all the drivers at the back end trying to different racing lines, shaking a little bit on the order. The number 14 is one of them at the back end right there. This is Regius Samsic, P16 currently, as we are here with the 62. This is Ludovico Mazzola chasing Antoine Venant up into P6. Great recovery for the VDK driver, the 22 on the inside. Turner Brown on Henri Domain, that's for P4. And one other lap completed under the command of Emiliano Hernandez from pole position. No trouble whatsoever, pulling a bit of a gap, 4 tenths in front of Matteo Rivals. And Jala Sayer up into P3. Let's take another look on the starting procedure on the inside of turn number 1, the pole sitter. Taking with him Matteo Rivals from P3. A slipstream was of good use. And let's see what happened there at the chicane. Some drivers being tangled, the front fairing going off. And we see, trying to identify the number.
That was the 81 with the side pod there. And
Different
we will, Priam Bruno, I think. It's the Paralin. Yeah, there we go. I think it is. Priam Bruno has lost his side pod of the number 81. We've not seen, okay, I can see a technical flag has gone out now to the number 81. And yep, straight from the 60s. That's not allowed. And unfortunately, he'll have to retire that kart. He'll see that technical flag now.
Yeah, and he has, according to the rule book, 3 laps maximum to obey and get back into the pit. So that's quite unfortunate, I'm afraid, for Priam Bruno, one of the new additions since the season of the Paralin Motorsport squad. As he's been chased just behind by one of his teammates, Oscar Riueli, and Bruno Blanco is not far behind in P11 as the fastest lap goes to Osassi and dropping a place and already realizing, unfortunately, that this race is unfortunately done and dusted for certainly something he had not wished. Black flag for Priam Bruno. Well, certainly taking a little bit too much time as we are on lap 4 indeed. To respect the commands of the race director and the officials. Is still on track. And let's see if he does not come back into the pits. Yeah, he's raising the end.
Now. Yeah.
He's got it now. And unfortunately, it had to lead to a black flag, which means disqualification of the race. But now Priam Bruno is back in the pits.
Now, yeah, that's a very interesting one. Right, so Emiliano Hernandez in the lead.
Interestingly, sorry to cut you off, Anthony, but the mechanic of Priam Bruno was just rushing to him to put another side pod for the Belgian to get back onto the track. So, and I think you're not allowed to do that because he has the black flag.
Well, yeah. Now, again, regulations, they're going to hate me for this one. I'm going to defend Priam Bruno on this one. He didn't cross the line and receive that black flag. He pulled into the pit lane before he received it. There we go. But there you go. That's my defending of it. But no, you are correct. Yeah, they can't work on it, which is why I think he's been told now, no you're out of the race. You've got a black flag. You can't go anymore in this race. And yeah, that's a shame for him. Priam Bruno's throwing his hands up in the air. That's all off camera, sorry. Your viewers at home are probably thinking, what are they talking about? Yeah, that's in Parc Ferme. Here is a replay, though. This is the energy course at the sharp end. Charles Sayer going for an almighty lunge down the inside there. And I think that is on Turner Brown. But Brown's held on to that position and is still up ahead. As, well, Charles Sayer now getting swamped by the pack here. Ludovico Mazzola trying to get past. Eskandari and Domain still there as well, all trying to squeeze their way through. There's your qualifying heats again. Still Magoy at the moment in the lead of that one. Hernandez cannot do anything to do much about that one at this stage of the race. Rivals, Domain, Miguez, Sulfakari and Kumpin still in this fight, of course, as they've still got races to go today. So we'll keep a close eye on that progression. But at the moment, it is Magoy eyeing those 25 championship points at the end of today. And in the junior category, well, where is Michael Magoy? Well, he's 9th in the standings. He's not within the championship fight at the moment. That is Kalija and Chrisen, who are the championship contenders in this one. And at the moment here, Guillaume, well, we don't see those drivers at that top end of the points. So they're looking at really low scoring points here, which means who sits there 3rd in the standings? Noah Baglin, who is up there in the points at the moment, could be capitalizing this weekend.
Yeah, definitely. So some calculations ongoing now, but some of them will be willing to pick up what's left and in order to get the points for a championship. But also an interesting starting place coming to the superheat, as we are here with Antoine Venant chasing Turner Brown, recovering against the VDK Racing. Antoine Venant a couple of months ago suffered an incident that kept him away from tracks for quite a while. And now he's been getting back to his best, and you can see that the pace has been absolutely impressive for Antoine Venant, climbing 7 places up to the position where he finds himself now, before Turner Brown just in front of him. himself having a bit of a moment, a bit of a gap, 1.1 second behind Matteo Rivals. So the top two, Hernandez and Rivals in the lead, very much in the lead. The battle for third place still raging, as well as this one, the 51, just being taken in sandwich there. Will Green. Yeah, with the likes of Dan Halleman, as well as Samsic, Bruno Blanco, and also, by the look of it, Enia Pezzuto, all closing in. This is a battle just outside the top 10 happening as we get into lap number 8. Hernandez in control of that qualifying heat, the first of the afternoon. That would be heat win number 1 if he's able to make it to a checkered flag, and that would be an interesting result because, as you mentioned, that would put him second overall in the classification.
Yeah, certainly so. Vsevolod Osachi-Sobolewski, fastest driver out there on circuit, 51 at 0.287. Currently sitting in 10th place. He's not lost any positions. He's not gained any positions. He's stuck there in position right now as Turner Brown under increasing pressure here from Antoine Venot just behind. This is further back in the pack right now on your screens. This is the number 34 machine. This is Olivier Sini, who's down in 24th place at the moment. He's got Simon Matoda around there as well, and Christian all fighting for position. There is your race leader, Emiliano Hernandez, at the front of the field. However, the gap is 0.6 of a second here, Guillaume. And I've got to say, is Matteo Rivals closing in on these sectors? Well, on this one, Hernandez faster in sector 1. Still holding on to his original pole starting position here. And seemingly looking very, very strong. Great race results so far this weekend from Emiliano Hernandez, and currently sits second in those points, and I think did have a win earlier on in the day, and right now though still in a strong position. He's eyeing up a second one here, and he would have 171 points to his name. Across the line, Emiliano Hernandez gets 2 out of 2, and that is a nice result for him. Rivals finishing in second place from Turner Brown, Antoine Venot from Ludovico Mazzola, Henry Domain, Sebastian Eskandari, Jarlath Sayer, and Ascari Wally, with Vsevolod Osachi-Sobolewski rounding out the top 10.
And victory number 2, well done to our winner Emiliano Hernandez. Enia Pezzuto, in the meantime, the biggest mover out of this race, with 9 places gained up into the upper echelon of the classification, as well as good recoveries for Julian Frasnelli, 6 places up to P14, 9 places gained as well for Hampus Almberg, up to 21st after starting all the way down in P30. But good recovery, good result for Emiliano Hernandez. Here's your classification in full. Matteo Rivals in second place from Turner Brown, Antoine Venot, Ludovico Mazzola, Henri Domain. Then we have Sebastian Scandari down in 7th place from Jarlath Sayer, Oscar Whale, as well as Osachi-Sobolewski, Bruno Bianco and Will Green 12, Remigius Samsic, Julian Frasnelli, Gilles Herman P15 from Dan Halleman, Asher Ostein, Enia Pezzuto, Ali Tristan Christian P19 from Malcolm Hillel, Hampus Almberg, Olivier Rossini, Billy Van Staveren P23rd. And on the back end of the classification, Marcel Zebo, Tony Cacciaferro, Samuel Hogan, Christian Alexander Rost, Simba Motoda, Marcel Zapla, Levin Barbier, and Magnus Morch. With 2 drivers missing out, Giacomo Giusto, that we didn't have with us, deciding to step out of the weekend, and Priam Bruno, the driver, will get back to that in the highlights, having to go back to the pits after losing his side pot. Emiliano Hernandez, young Mexican driver from DPK Racing, second victory for him this weekend so far after yesterday, and a second place provisional in the classification. That was a good start and getaway from him from pole position. Matteo Rivals on the inside, picking up a place in front of Turner Brown on the outside, coming to turn number 1 and to the chicane. Then that's the incident with Priam Bruno, the 81, coming across the grass. You could see the side pot being left on the inside. You can see him flying and actually being picked by another driver, one of the World Racing drivers, I think, as it was passing through as well. Missing out on the right pod. Unfortunately for the Belgian driver, that meant technical flag, 3 laps to get back, and he was presented with the black flag at some point, putting a premature end to his race. 51 just right in the pack, a lot of battles happening left, right and center into this qualifying heat. 22, Turner Brown going on the inside, battling for what would be a second and then third place, as Antoine Venant would put his effort, climbing 7 places to what would be 4th place in the end. Turner Brown picking up that top 3 result. But it was the strongest result of Antoine Venant so far this weekend in the junior category. 29 doing some good moves as well on the inside, clipping the curb for Eskandari in this battle up to P7. And then the energy corset drive just in front of Antoine Venant, battling as well his way through. Charles Arceyer would lose a little bit of momentum all the way down to P8. But the battle raging, and the 73 on the inside. Armin Domain was really keen on the move there, sniffing around, and the door was wide open for him to just dive on the inside. Then there was a moment entering into later stages of the race on the inside. One of the Tonys, the 34, making his move for securing the result in the end. That was happening a little bit further back into the classification, but checkered flag was waving. The driver that we saw doing the move was Olivier Sini for P22nd, very far away from Emiliano Hernandez, winning with 8/10 of a second in front of Matteo Rivals. Now, let's get down to the Parc Fermé for the first time this afternoon, ladies and gents. With you, Anthony Jordan. Who do you have for us?
Thank you very much, Guillaume. Yes, indeed. Down here with Emiliano Hernandez. Emiliano, congratulations. Great race for you there. Pole position for you for the start, and that's now your 2nd win of the weekend. Congratulations. How are you feeling?
Thank you. Very good for win. Some mistakes for my part, but we think are very fast. The car was very good, but only that mistakes, but we are so fast.
You've got another race later on today, one more to go. You're 2nd in the points at the moment. Are you ready for the fight? And do you reckon you could start on pole position for a superheat tomorrow?
Yeah, I think I am going to be my best, like always. Always I do my best, and I am very proud of this race, and I think I am going to start pole.
What do you make of the Kristianstad circuit? What do you think of it?
It's a track very fast, but if you make a mistake, it counts a lot.
Yeah. Well, congratulations, well done, and we'll see you out there in that last race later on.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there for Emiliano Hernandez. Plenty more racing to go, though. Let's head back up to the commentary box. Guillaume, tell us what's up next.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Thank you to Emiliano Hernandez. What's next? Well, it's coming right away. The OK class back on track, D versus F. The first race of the afternoon and another rotation. The penultimate one for those 2 groups, D versus F. And a lot of interesting information coming from down onto the pre-grid, with a lot of them drivers deciding for what is the penultimate qualifying heat just to put on new on new tires. So brand new slicks will be used by the likes of Marco Gast and Nicola Kuman as well. There will be starting respectively on pole position and P3. You can see the 296 Marco Gast and Nicola Kuman just behind him with the 270. Well, those two have put new tires on the left side of their respective machine. Marco Gast from Koski Motorsport will be your pole sitter for this one. Marco Gast, who's currently a little bit down in points into the overall classification. P22nd with a P4 finish as one of his best results. P4, P5 as well for Marco Gast. But now it's time for the charge, and he's decided, as well as Nicola Kuman, to put half of new slick tires, half of a new set for this race. Same can be said of Sky Parker, who will be starting from 10th on the grid, as well as Jiang Uzei, currently P14 on that grid. Those two also deciding to put on the slicks. Then we have Fred Sarix as well, a little bit further down on the order. But unlike all the others who are deciding to go for fresh rubber, it is decided to put them on the right side of his car. So that's going to be an interesting choice. Let's see if it pays off. And at the back end of the grid, Paul Andriotis, Elias Lehmann, as well as Rodion Koryanyov, Daniel Pokorny, and Augustin Sepulveda. These are your competitors with fresh slick tires on. Let's see how things will play out, because at this point in time, you will notice that we have a lot of new rubber at the back end of the grid, which means that those drivers are on the edge of being eliminated on the way to the superheat. Now, the engines are roaring and the marshals on track are getting ready as much as we do. as without the passion and dedication of the men and women out there on track and all over the world on every circuit, well, motorsport and karting would not just be possible. Here's the starting grid in full. Marco Gast and Daniel Kelleher on the front row of the grid. Nicolo Coman and Gino Roccio on row number 2. Then we have Jacopo Martinez and Victor Gustafsson, row number 3. Arata Endo and Fausto Arando, row number 4. Row number 5, Cara Firan and Sky Parker. Leo Nilsson and Zach Drummond, row number 6. Row number 7, Sarah Matsui and Zhang Rizei. Row number 8, Casper Rashbold and James Aranyosiadis. Row number 9, Idna Rostad and Sun Anze.
Row number 10, we'll see Zach Green and Fred Zarek. They'll be joining from the back half of the grid. Fred Zarek with a brand new set of tyres on the right-hand side, which is a very interesting scenario. Row number 11 sees Clovis Nougarade and Olin Gali. They will have Yuri Pacheca and Maria Neto on row 12. Pacheca also going for the fresh set of tyres. Raquel and Sepulveda going for row 13. They'll have Armin Kali Osman and Daniel Picorni on row 14. Lilian Scarborough and Rodion Yurianov go from row number 15. They'll have Franciszek Sidzielski and Elias Lamar on row number 6. Mateus Gonzalez and Paul Andriotis will round out the field of 34 karts. A lot of drivers at the back of the grid now, Guillaume, in these last couple of races that they're going to have. All fresh tyres on board, so they're all vying to push their way forward in this one. The mechanics there on their gantry there at turn number 1, ready to help out their drivers as much as possibly can. Again, some more hard-working marshals there, ushering along the drivers to, go on, get a leg on, get a leg on. Here we go, we're on board with Nicolo Coman, looking backwards here from the rest of the field. Nicolo Coman, who've been starting these ones a little bit further down the order than I think he usually likes. Obviously, second row of the grid, still a good spot, but he's been finishing these races a little further down than I think he'd like. He can see Jacopo Martinez right behind him at the start of these races, and let's see how this will transpire as they head into the tram lines. It's a bit fast at the front. The back of the grid now gets formed up. Lights are out. We are racing down towards turn number 1. It's a good start for the field, and Coman slots into second place. Daniel Kelleher into third from the front row of the grid. It's a bit feisty in the mid-pack there, but they all go through. Kelleher down the inside of Nicolo Coman and steps up into second place. Jacopo Martinez trying to get involved as well, unable to do so. There's been some drama at turn number 4. We've lost a couple of drivers, that being in the form of Vinny Rostad and Rodion Yurianov off at turn number 4 as we go live on board. Nicolo Coman, who sees a rear view mirror, which he can't see, of Jacopo Martinez all over the back of him.
Yeah, and we can give him the view for that. But a beautiful piece of racing so far for pretty much everybody, even though a couple of them were spun around on turn number 4. You can see them too, Rodion Yurianov and I think Ina Rostad from World Racing are the two drivers who got tangled there. Confirmation in just a moment as the driver complete lap number 1. Marco Gast and Daniel Kelleher, who just made his way past back into second place. Nicolo Coman down in third, losing momentum outside of that hairpin. Nicolo Coman at some point he was up to second, and now is nowhere to be seen. Kelleher back on the trail and on the rear bumper of the leader. Martinez up into P4. That will keep on having an influence on the classification with Kelleher back up into second place to Christian Costoya, just in front of Oliver Kinmark that we had just on the track. But now it's all about keeping that second place and maybe even to go for more, as Kelleher now put the pressure on the leader. We are here with the 3:05, it's a little bit further back. Cara Firman chasing Victor Gustafsson for P7 as round the inside. Battles are plenty on the last turn of the track, with one of the DPKs leading that train. Fausto Arnando, Zach Drummond, Zhang Rizei, Gino Roccio, as well as Leo Nilsson, all involved into that big tussle of drivers on the way to the breaking point. Watch out for any wheel banging. Oh, and some of them force their way through.
Yeah, indeed. Sky Parker in the middle of that fight now as well. She leads this train as down the inside goes James Anagnostiidis. He is stepping his way through the field now as well, as that's one of the Greens, Zach Green, and to be precise. He gets his moves done now also on Gino Rocchio on that ASD Monster K factory car, which has been worked very closely on and followed by, of course, the CRG family. And they are working their way very much through all the orders on this one, but keeping a close eye on the field of drivers here. as everyone squaring themselves away nicely as they push through onto that start-finish straight. But eyes on the rest of them. Anagnosiadis has tumbled down the order, so has Salamatsoy on that last lap. That's a bit of a shame for them. Eyes on the front runners here. Gast in the lead is being closed in by Daniel Kelleher. This is the fight for the lead, and it's down to 0.3 of a second.
Yeah, the battle is very much on. Nicola Coman putting on another fastest lap in the race, but not quite able to get close to those two. Oh, and there's some move there with, I think it was Victor Gustafsson a little bit further up as the 334 getting together. And once again, we came close to having two drivers being stuck with one another. But they were able, oh, and as I said that, is it Victor Gustafsson, one of the CRGs? It could be.
I think it possibly is, yeah. Well, no, Clovis Nougarade is the CRG involved there.
That's the other one,
the other one is Maria Neto, also involved in an incident. And yeah, that is drama there for those two. They're going to tumble down the order. The other drivers also seemingly getting caught out. Also, I believe Lynn Scarborough, possibly one of those drivers with that riding on the rear bumper. Down the inside, change the lead. Daniel Kelleher takes it away from Marco Gast. And the driver from Denmark has to slot into second place for the time being. Will he choose to stay there? That is the question. We'll have to wait and see how the rest of this race progresses. We're only lap number 5. They'll be going on to lap 6 of 13 next. Let's have a look back at these moments. Oh, so many karts into one here. And yeah, just unfortunately, yeah, the Lillian Scarborough has got a kart on the back there, the 334. Unfortunately there, that is a huge shame for Elias Leman, indeed. And unfortunately, both of them have tumbled down the order quite considerably. I'm going to say the rear view for Nicola Coman's not going to be as exciting as what it was at the start of this race. There is a huge gap between 3rd and 4th place at the moment, but it is the 4th place battle that we are watching. And Jacopo Martinez, Victor Gustafsson, Kere Ferhan, Endo Arato, and Fastao Anado. This is the Anado and Endo battle, and Fastao Anado has just got that move done, so the Argentine steps ahead of the driver from China, and he will push his way up forward, I'm sure, pretty nicely in this one. There is Martinez under pressure from Gustafsson. Gustafsson's in that hunkered down position. He's out for blood, I think, is Victor Gustafsson. After those 2 DNFs at the start of his first 2 races, he's only had 1 decent result so far this weekend. He's looking for his 2nd. And of course his 3rd. He'll be only have 3 races at results really if he has good ones.
There he goes.
Down the inside, Gustafsson up to P4.
And Jacopo Martinez was trying to switch those positions already on the momentum carrying out of the turn, but not enough space just yet for the Italian. He finds himself in front of Firan. Watch out for the Tony Kart and the Roll Racing driver. But Martinez is going to have to stay within close distance of Victor Gustafsson. Otherwise, he's about to lose another place. Taking the tow with one of the DPKs of Fausto Hernando just behind. Not only Fausto Hernando was able to get ahead of Arata Endo, but pulling away already with a strong gap of 0.8 of a second between the Argentinian and the Japanese. As for now, he just joins a train of drivers, 4 of them chasing the 2 leaders, but Kelleher and Gast are currently out of reach. And there he goes on the inside.
Look at that!
Oh, and Martinez is dropping 2 places at once, but takes 1 back. And in the meantime, while Fausto Hernando was just waiting for the right opportunity to take them both at once, and finds himself up into P5. Martinez down in P6. And watch out, because I think that Kara Firan has seen that the Italian is up for grab. He might want to try into the last hairpin. Martinez goes wide. No, this is actually the DPK driver going wide. The Argentinian making a mistake there and not losing 1, not 3, but up to 4, even 5 positions in the process.
Yeah, Fastao Anado going backwards now. Kere Ferhan getting the jump on both of them and moving up into 5th place now. And he'll be delighted with that one. Sky Parker on the move on this one. This is more like what we like to see from Sky Parker. The young female from Wales, certainly delivering what she can here, and she's had a bit of a tough weekend here. She gates the wider line as Martinez sends it down the inside of Arata Endo, and that's given Sky Parker a bit of breathing space now to focus on closing in on Kere Ferhan just up ahead. Endo Arata under immense amount of pressure here. Fastao Anado back down the inside, is all over the rear bumper. as they can see Zach Green on the rear bumper of Jacopo Martinez, and they're going to try and close in on Sky Parker. Green with the up and under, gets alongside. They go side by side as they're 3 wide in the background. Oh my goodness me, how are they going to get through turn 1? Well, I can tell you they all did get through turn 1, albeit slightly unscathed, as they're all fighting for position there. As Gino Rocchio, all the meanwhile, tumbling at the back of this one, but is still trying his hardest to fight back through the field. Eyes on this one, though. Zhang Jose still looking comfortable. He's on a 3-place gain, making a 4-place gain. He gets past and up past Endo Arata into P10.
Yeah, beautifully made for Zhang Jose. This driver from RFM up in 1 place within the top 10. As we keep a close watch on the 330 for more racing. This is happening further back. But and Rota Endo now in P11 as we get into lap 11 out of 13 into this race. Still led by Daniel Kelleher. The battle is raging now with the 297, one of the car republics a little bit further back. Leo Nielsen with Amin Kara and Arata Endo dropping all the way to P15 after Gino Rocchio and Zach Drummond made their way past as well. So Drummond up into 11. A bit of shake-up in the mid-pack of the order here. This first OK Senior race of the schedule this afternoon. But on the notice, once again, put on the fastest lap. And look at the recovery, 15 places gained for Paul Andriotis. He had really no luck at all in the qualifying practice. And ever since, he's been climbing the field at every occasion coming his way. And once again, 15 places gained. He will be once again our top climber. As on the inside, there goes the 232. Beautifully made by Fausto Orlando and Jacopo Martinez. That's the battle and the move we had been expecting for the last lap and a half. And the Argentinian just made his way past for P7. Now it's down to Martinez to try to switch those positions in the penultimate lap of the race. As I see also that the 299 is being investigated. This is Maria Neto, certainly for incident that she had earlier with Travis Nuggerate from CRJ, from a driver from Victory Lane. As now, it seems to me that, well, the Argentinian not only was able to pass, but putting himself between himself and Martinez, a little bit of a breather, a little bit of a gap. That should be enough. Martinez now having to stick to his position, as he has Zhang Jose just behind, but a full second, so the Italian should be out of reach.
Indeed, at this moment on this final lap, it's all in control for Daniel Kelleher. Gast seemingly unable to close that gap. Nicola Coman, though, really strong race in this one. Able to continue that trend of holding on to 3rd place. In fact, I think for Nicola Coman, this would be his best result so far of the weekend there in 3rd place. So a really strong position for him. Kelleher, of course, has had those wins earlier on in the senior category, to be precise, 2 of them. And he's looking for that now. So let's see what he can do as he exits the final corner. Now it's 2 victories for Daniel Kelleher across the line. Gast finishes in 2nd place from Kuman. Victor Gustafsson holds on to 4th, just ahead of Kelly Fairhan and Sky Parker, finishing in P6. And for Sky Parker, I think that is her best result of the weekend so far. Fabulous job ahead of Zach Green, Fausto Arnado, Jacopo Martinez and Zhang Jose, who rounds out the top 10. Well, those drivers will make their way back to Parc Ferme. Paul Andriotis, we've said it once, we'll say it again. Fastest driver out there, biggest mover as well. 16 places gained, finishes that race, Guillaume, in P16. That's P18, I should say. Nice work for him there. There's your full results. Top 10 we've gone over. Zach Drummond in 11th, Gino Rocchio, Armikali Osman, Leo Nielsen, Endo Arata, James Aningos-Diaris, Olin Gale and Paul Andriotis, as we said, rounding out the top 18 with a 16 place gained.
And P19, we have Sun Anze in front of Kasper Rashbold, Sarah Matsui, Daniel Pocconi, and Francesco Sigielski, Lilian Scarborough, Elia Lehmann, Fred Sarix, Jiri Besica, Zachary Rekal, Matias Gonzalez, the drivers seeing the checkered flag, as with us Augustin Sepulveda, Maria Neto and Travis Nugure coming together, and Rina Ina Rostad, as well as Rodion Kurjanov getting into trouble into the opening laps. Now, this is the situation as it is in the classification. In the OK class, Christian Costoya is still very much your leader with 3 wins to his name. Daniel Kelleher, thanks to his second victory, is now second, 10 points shy from the young Spaniard. In front of Kinmark, Torlof, Ramakers that we're waiting for is round number 4. He has three wins so far for him, the Belgian driver as well, in front of Koche Higgins and Arnaud. As this young man, Daniel Kelleher, had a P6 as well, along with his 2 best results. Definitely a contender this weekend.
Indeed. Let's have a look at the highlights from that one. Solid start for the front 2 rows on the inside line. Kelleher slotting into 3rd place right at the start as the field wade through the chicane. This is the onboard view from Nicola Kamani. You can see how close it is through turn number 1, the speeds that they carry and the precision that they have to utilize out there. Amazing control from the field. Kelleher did manage to get that move done as the first lap saw Inia Rostad and Rodion Yurianov unfortunately out of the race. That was at turn number 4 in the opening lap. Gustafsson making the early moves in the stage of this race. He would get up into 4th place. It's another good point scoring position to try and help him get into that fight. There was Zach Drummond fighting away with Fastao Nardo, who was holding on to position at the beginning of that one. Later would tumble down the order. Sky Parker as well having a good run in that, as Angelosianis in the early stage looking like he was gaining those positions, later dropping back to his original starting spot of P16. Gustafsson again continuing his charge through the field as further back in the pack. We unfortunately had dramas rather, Lillian Scarborough battling away with Aurelien Lamar, who was unfortunately caught on that rear bumper. That was the change for the lead. Daniel Kelleher on Marco Gast, who was able to get his run up into the race lead. And the same for Gustafsson. That move there got him into 4th place ahead of Jacopo Martinez, who was then later dropped back into the fight here as Arnaldo and Kero Verhaan all going for position. Kero Verhaan on that Ward Racing machine up 4 places to finish in P4. In P5, sorry, at the end of that one. There would be drama for other drivers out in the latter stage. Clovis Nougarade and Maria Neto would get tangled up into the barrier. They had a bit of a moment out on circuit, but thankfully, I report both drivers are okay from that, but still not the results they would have wanted at this stage of the weekend, as the fighting, I've got to say, in the middle of that pack, Guillaume, was quite intense.
It was intense, you know, that's what we've been having since the start of the weekend here on the RGMMC layout, and yeah, for certainly our delight and we delight everybody watching along. It's not just about the victory, it's about what you can take away from each of the races in terms of points, getting to the final phase, and some of them were just pulling up some beautiful moves, including the driver that we have here just behind one of the Ricky Flynns, that Chen Yuzhe, making some great moves as well in the later stages of that race, as the 232 making his way up another position. Also Arnaldo finishing P8 after getting ahead of Jacopo Martinez. Far behind, Daniel Kelleher would be the first one taking the checkered flag for the 2nd time after yesterday's win in front of Marco Gast. And Nicolo Kuman picking up his best result of the weekend so far in front of Victor Gustafsson and Kara Ferrand. As you can see, the sun is still very much shining, a little bit cloudy, but the ideal conditions that we have as we carry on with the schedule. As the next up will be the race led by this young man, Evan Purcell. A versus C of the junior class is coming up next, as the young British driver will lead the charge on the way to turn number 1 with Dean Organdone by his side. And we cannot wait for this confrontation. Evan Purcell, despite taking his first pole position of the season in Champions, not so lucky, not quite able to translate that into winning results as of yet. He inherited a win yesterday after a penalty of 5 seconds went the way of Valerio Viapiana. But Evan Purcell working very hard to maybe get this win done on track. Dino Gondon, in the meantime, picked up a win as well earlier today. And they're going to have the likes of Mark Pilipenko and Mandi Nivolani just behind Dino Gondon, the 56 of Prema Racing. It's 1 and 2 of Premas on the 2nd and 4th spot onto the grid on the outside. Anthony, we've seen so far that the outside line on the way down to turn number 1 proved maybe a little bit less useful than the inside.
Yes, a little bit. When the pole sitter chooses to stay on the inside row, yes, it always seems to work out for them. But when we've seen the pole sitter switch to the outside row, of course, when they get that little bit of an advantage with being ahead of the driver alongside them, yes, they can go for it. And we have seen the outside line be more favourable to the drivers if, of course, they choose to switch sides, which this time they haven't. As the field makes its way out into the circuit, it's Evan Purcell and Dean Hugendorn on the front row of the grid. Now, that graphic says that he has got new tyres. He has not, but Manny Nuvolini behind him does have new tyres. Mark Pilapenko and Manny Nuvolini, though, on that second row of the grid. Daniel Miron and Alessandro Truchot go from row number 3. They'll have Martin Bertolacini and Matvei Duganov on row number 4. Valerio Virpiana, who took a win earlier on, can he do the same from the 5th row of the grid with Alexander Lazarus alongside. Lucas Sell and Xavier Tarkovsky go from row number 6. They'll have Noah Antonsen and Denny Babacek on row number 7 with Elliot Spagtov and Maxim Bobajov on row number 8. Row 9 sees William Colegios in the fight for that championship. Starts alongside Luke Tal on row number 9.
And on row number 10, Angelina Simons, and she has new tires. That's going to be interesting to follow with Gianmato Russo by her side. Victor Stelmach and Louis Bazire on row number 11. Row number 12, Gregor Callas and Peter Mikes. Row number 13, we have Max Lacroix as well as Mika Runitz. Row number 14, Frederick Fruit Albertsen and River Nilsson. Row number 15, Vibor Lazak and Gustavo Marquez Silva. And at the back end of that grid, row number 16, Diego Perez Gonzalez, Ioannis Kolo Voss, William Kim and Benjamin Manak. 3 of them, but Benjamin Manak, as you can see, have decided to go on slick tires, fresh slick tires on the left side. Everybody on the left, as we have a total of 7 drivers onto the grid going for the new rubber for this race, considering that this is the penultimate qualifying heat of the run of races for those drivers. It's now or never. Manny Nuvolini, as you can see it on the left side, he is the only contender on the upper part of the grid to have new slicks on. It will be on the outside on the second row. Let's see if the young Frenchman will be able to use this strategy at the best.
Indeed. So let's see what happens here, because like you say, Hugendorn and Purcell, they've not utilised their tyres just yet. Yeah, usually waits until the very last race, and if not, it waits until tomorrow in the superheat. So it depends on who has really looked after those tyres the most. Into the tram lines. Are we racing in OK Junior A&C? It's lights out. And down in towards turn 1, it's a bit shaky between the 2 teammates. Oh no! Is that Manny Nuvolini? It is indeed, and Hugendorn out of the race. That is absolutely disastrous.
Oh, what a shame. What a big drama that is.
Look at that big lock up there as well for Mark Pilapenko. My goodness, he was near 90 degrees facing the wrong way into the braking zone. At turn number 4, absolutely incredible, as out of the race there and going no further is the likes of AD Motorsports, River Nilsson of Sweden, no further in this race.
And I think that you don't see it just yet, but one of the Premas is trying to get going again. That might be Dean Hugendorn.
It is Dean Hugendorn. He's got it going. He's got it going. Yep, and he's allowed to do that. That was lap 1. Albeit now, he's gonna get lapped.
Yeah, you're gonna see him in just a moment as battles happening left, right and center once again in the mid pack. But in just a moment, we're gonna see Dean Hugendorn, this year's Junior European champion, being lapped, as you can see him with the leaders. Purcell.
Damaged Nasser panel as well.
And that means race done and dusted. Unfortunately, certainly very difficult for him to continue. Let's see if it's gonna be the case, but with 1 lap down, all chances of a good result have just faded away, unfortunately, for Dean Hugendorn, who still decided to go back on track. So maybe he sees, or maybe he feels like at least going to the end of that race. But he's going to have to put himself aside from the racing line. You can see him now, because otherwise he cannot get in the way of the leader at any point. Daniel Miron, Virpiana, Sels, Bertolacini are coming at him just right now.
Indeed. Well, there is Dean Hugendorn. Blue flags are out for him. And of course, that NASA panel on askew. Yeah. That is Evan Purcell right on his rear bumper, the race leader now, wanting to attack. And now, of course, this isn't a final, so that is not a blue flag with a red cross in it. If that was the case, that would mean he would have to retire from the session. You only see that in a final. Right now, it's only blue flags. And, well, this is a tricky situation. Dean Hugendorn, if he's got the pace, which he knows he does, he has every right to kind of stay there a little bit if he thinks he can break away. but he's got the field right behind him. The ethical thing to do is to just pull over and let the field go through, because now he could really change Evan Purcell's race here, who now dives to the inside. He cannot block Valerio Villapiana. He doesn't. He stays behind him, and he's going to pull in. Right, yeah. That's the right call, I think, to make there for Dean Hoogendoorn. It's a valiant effort to get going as Valerio Villapiana looks to the inside of Evan Purcell through turn 1 and can't get that move done. He does get it done, though, down into the hairpin. And that is, once again, Valerio Villapiana, who has been smashing the start of these races, back up into the race lead.
Yeah, once again, Villapiana giving us one heck of a start of a race. Yes, strong driving skills displayed right today in Kristianstad by the Italian driver. Once again, putting himself within the lead as Benjamin Manak is under investigation for causing a collision at the start of the race. We might need to see that again, but Manak is all the way down at the back end of the classification. As for now, by the look of it, we'll get back to that. Now, the battle is raging as one of the victory lanes, Luca Sells and Martin Bertolaccini are very close in 4th and 5th respectively. But look at Daniel Miron under that Aston Martin Racing all livery. He's going to try to go for the move certainly on Luca Sells. A shot from him in the braking point as he just got actually overtaken, I think, by this is Martin Bertolaccini just still in front of him. As further back, one of the fusions, Marco Filipenko, under intense pressure from Noah Antonsen. Antonsen just made his way past, but a slack counter. We came close to a little bit of a disaster there with William Calleja.
Oh, dear me.
Making his way past. And as I said that, boom, into the tire wall. The 96 and the 154 coming together, unfortunately. Noah Antonsen as well as the 96 of Luc Tal.
Yeah, Antonsen, I mean, pit manoeuvring there. Luc Tal into the wall. I mean, Antonsen saying that, you know, hey, you've turned in on me, like I was on your inside. What are you doing? So they're going to have an argument about that, I'm sure, as down the inside. Big sense there through turn number 1 for the 75 Forza Racing of Alexander Lazarus. Pushing his way up nicely. He's on a 2-place gain. He's got William Kalija just ahead of him, who is in the fight for that championship, is now up 10 places and is into 7th place. So we'll keep a close eye on his progression as a very different racing line there through in towards turn number 6. Right, here it is, down the inside. This was that moment there. Tal's in the middle, so Tal's been sandwiched, and that, you see, that's a really difficult one, that is. That is a really difficult one. You think, well, Tal was well alongside at the front. You can see they're side by side here. There's the initial contact, but that's a really tough one to call. And you know what? It stays like this. I'm glad I'm not a steward, and that'll be dealt with them. And of course, race control. They'll be looking at that as more drama. Peter Mikes out of the race. The driver from Czechia, the IPK factory team, out on lap number 7.
And again, so many drivers that we've lost in the process of just a few laps as we are on to lap number 7 out of 10. And William Calleja certainly pulling out the best race of his weekend so far. Don't forget that he came to Kristianstad as the championship leader in the junior category, but is nowhere to be seen after disastrous qualifying. Still able to pull 10 laps, 10 positions gain up to P7 with another fastest lap in the race. Let's see where how high he can finish in this one, as he's still missing almost a second to get close to Marco Filipenko within the top 6. But we're going to keep an eye on that as a little bit of a discomfort for one of the victory lane drivers.
That's Luc Tal,
That's Luc Tal,
I believe.
Yeah, the one who hit the tire wall as a result of that incident with Noah Antonsen. And yeah, he can walk. That's what we like to see. But
right, here's the start. The two teammates here are in the middle. Manu Nuvolini in the middle of the track. Hoogendoorn's on the outside. The two just lock wheels, and unfortunately, they go off. Here's the Skyward's view of it. Yeah, it's slightly unsettled there for Manu Nuvolini in the centre. That is so unfortunate for both of them, and you can see immediately just saying, "Dude, what was that? What was that?" So that is so unfortunate for the two Prema teammates, but. Yeah, strike on that one, but they've still got plenty of racing to go as, my goodness me, straight over the back of the car in front. That is a huge moment there, and my goodness me, oh boys, keep it civil on this one.
Calm down.
But that is drama at its finest there in the back of the field. So that it was the 115 DPK, that's Yanis Kolovos there, but he's got tangled away with another, and they've tumbled down the order. So yeah, it's Gustavo da Silva Gustavo da Silva right over the rear bumper. Thankfully, they've been separated now, and they're going to go to different marshal posts, but my goodness me, what a bit to cut back to, and this has been a feisty race. There's more goings on. Look at this. This is absolutely incredible. Right at the back of the grid, and again, just more drama. Louis Bazire from 11th place, who was fighting through the field. 11 places he had gained, and now out of the race. We are losing drivers thick and fast in this one, Guillaume.
And Louis Bazire suffered DNF yesterday already, I think on 2 occasions. That might be his third or second DNF, but certainly worst results so far for Louis Bazire, struggling into this event.
Here's the Gustavo da Silva one into the back. Yeah, he's just gone straight to the back of him. Straight to the back of him. He's run over his head, and you can understand the frustration.
Yeah, the heat of the moment, huh?
Yeah, absolutely heat of the moment. I mean, you can understand the frustration. You really can. You really can for Yanis Kolovos here. And Marshall's on the scene straight away and just breaks him up. But what a race this has been. Qualifying heat A versus C, mark it down to one to watch back, but Valerio Virpiana over the line. That's his second win, nicely achieved for the Italian for Koski Motorsport. Evan Purcell ahead of Martin Bertolacini. Daniel Miron takes fourth ahead of Mark Pilapenko. William Kalija from Lucas Sell, Alexander Lazarus, Alessandro Touchot, and Denny Babacek, who round out the top 10. Well, what a drive from Valerio Virpiana. Once again, a win from 9th place on track. He has been smashing the start of these races. Able to get himself up into that sharp end right at the word go. And once again, finds himself another race winner. I'm sure we'll be listening to what he has to say after that race. Well, there's your full race results, top 10. We have gone over. Matvei Duganov finishing in 11th place ahead of Angelina Simmons. Victor Stelmach from Xavier Dukowski. Juan Mateo Rousseau from Elliot Spagtoff. And Benjamin Magnac, Frederick Flund, and Gretzen rounds out the top 18. 19th place onwards, we'll see Mika Runitz from Libor Valles. Max Lacroix from Gregor Callis, Diego Perez from William Kim, Louis Bazire, Yanis Kolovos, Gustavo da Silva, Peter Mikes, Noah Antonsen, Luke Tal, Maxim Bobachov, and Dean Hugendorn. All of these are retirements, and right at the beginning, Dean Hugendorn, Manu Nuvolini, and River Nilsson, all retirements. And there you can see was Gustavo da Silva, and hopefully keeping it nice and civil, still on track there. Valerio Virpiana, race win number 2 for him this weekend. He steps up now to second in the intermediate classification. 174 points to his name, behind the possible 200 he could have won at this point. Here's the race start. The drama for Prema Racing. Manu Nuvolini and Dean Hugendorn off at turn number 1 in a dramatic fashion, right in front of the grandstand, and that is not the way you want to start what would be your penultimate race heat. Mark Pilapenko as well had a huge sideways moment in the braking zone of turn number 5 and 6 at the start of the race. That dropped him down the order quite considerably from the word go. Action aplenty in that race, with drivers pushing forward in those early stages. I mean, Evan Purcell was in the lead for the early stages of it, was later caught up by Valerio Virpiana, who was able to get that overtake done. This was Dean Hugendorn right at the front of the field. He kept his nose in, well, shape, but then later did pull in. He knew he was going to have the field of karts coming through. There was no way he was going to be able to navigate his way through that without having to block someone, and unfortunately, yeah, he would retire from the race. Drama at this point here. Luke Tal getting caught up with Noah Antonsen, the two into the wall, and I think Luke Tal coming away with a bit more than just a broken kart on that one. He's got a bit of discomfort here. Luke Tal, who's had a really tough season, the young man who had drama in Italy, of course, earlier on this year, and finding himself in a bit more of a bother here on the tracks in Kristianstad in Sweden. Eyes on these fights earlier up. This was Durganov going absolutely wheel to wheel in those early stages, as well as later more retirements came in thick and fast. Of course, we lost River Nilsson at the start, Nuvolini, Hugendorn, Bobajov, Tal and Antonsen. Peter Mikes was one that lost out, and then we saw the likes of Gustavo da Silva and Yanis Kolovos, and the two of them having a strong word with each other. But I mean, carbon copy on that one. Later on as well, Louis Bazare out of the race, and well, I don't know if that is just kart failure at that point, mechanical in nature, but you can see how furious he is at that situation, as Valerio Villapiana crossing the line and taking his second win of the weekend. 174 points now behind, well, the 200 from Michael McGoy, who will be out later on today. Villapiana will get another race in, though. Let's see what he could do. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and to Guillaume Alvarez.
Thank you very much, Anthony, here with Valerio Villapiana. Valerio, what a great start and what a great race for you once again. Victory number 2. Talk us through that racing, because since the start of the weekend, if it wasn't for that penalty earlier, you would have 3 wins, but still you've managed each of your start and the first few laps of each of your qualifying heats brilliantly. How do you do that?
I keep focused all the time, and in this heat I was completely focused till the 4th lap when I overtake the first, and I stay concentrate to do all the sector perfect, and that's it.
As we said, the first race you won, penalty decided otherwise. Was it for a misplaced front fairing? What happened there yesterday?
It happened because I tried to overtake the second, and in the inside was a bit slippery, and I go on the rear bumper of the first, and I get the penalty for that.
Yeah, such a shame. That's part of racing. Sometimes can be hard, but you've managed to recover quite well so far. We've seen in each of the races a lot of you guys having trouble, a lot of DNFs and everything. How do you explain that the racing is so hard on this layout?
I think this track is a bit different from the other, because it can be accident because the corner are like downhill, so it happened more also in the first corner, because it's difficult to make when like is the group all like big.
Yeah, a big group coming together in turn number 1, and the chicane is certainly not easy. Thank you very much, and yeah, congratulations again for your 2 wins so far. Back over to you, Anthony. The sun is shining, conditions are ideal. Let's do for more racing.
Thank you very much, Guillaume Alvarez down there in Parc Ferme, with race winner there for OK Junior qualifying A versus C, Valerio Villapiana. We turn our attention now to the senior category for groups A versus C. And this will once again see Kenzo Craigie on the front row of the grid. As you see from that picture, he has elected to switch sides of the front row, which will benefit Mariano Lopez. It will not benefit Jesse Phillips. And of course, Jesse has been a driver who has been on the tail of Kenzo Craigie all the way throughout this weekend so far. He has really excelled with his stepping up into the senior category, and certainly looking like a true contender this weekend. Grandstands currently filling nicely. Everyone there watching away of the racing. They will have got a prime view of that previous race with the Prema drivers there off at turn number 1. This time only the one Prema driver on the front of the grid in the form of Kenzo Craigie, joined by Thibaut Ramekes on the front row of the grid. Tyres will be deployed in this one. The highest ranked driver who has deployed some fresh tyres here will be on row number 5. That is Vladimir Vanikov, again all choosing to go to the left-hand side of the kart. There is Kenzo Craigie for Prema Racing on your screen. Brand new helmet design for this weekend, ready for what will be a very busy weekend here indeed. And he is priming himself ready to go in this one. Kenzo Craigie at this moment doesn't sit within the top 8 in the intermediate classification. That P20 result he had in that first race has just played with those results a little bit, but he has been strong now in this second half of the qualifying heats, and he's certainly looking like a contender this weekend, of course, with him fighting for that championship with Christian Costoya. At the moment, Costoya leading the intermediate classifications, 188 points to his name. It's going to be an interesting one to deal with. Here we go then, engines fire up. Drivers make their way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through that full starting lineup. Kenzo Craigie and Thibaut Ramekers on row number 1 with a switch of sides. Kenzo Craigie will go from the outside of row 1. Jesse Phillips and Mariana Lopez will go from row 2 with Peter Siller and Roman Kamyab on row 3. Row number 4 sees Jacob Mikulev and Scott Marsh. They'll have Vladimir Ivanikov and Davide Bataro on row number 5. Ivanikov with the brand new set on the left-hand side. Row 6 sees Noah Wolf and Toby Gale. Noah Wolf, who had a breakdown earlier on, will be starting this one with also a brand new set of tyres on the left-hand side. Row 7, Jensen Burnett will be joined by Vilma Svan. They'll have Jakub Kamenek and Simon Bulbarella on row number 8. Jorn Helder and Luna Flusha go from row number 9. Flusha also with a brand new set of tyres on the left-hand side.
On row number 10, we have Klara Kovalcic as well as Hella Hakkinen. Row number 11, Thomas Prodi and Dean Pedersen, Senna Meunier and Hugo Martin. Row number 12, row number 13, Makar Savalev and Karl Lutart. Filippo Sala, Sebastian Mins, row 14, row 15, François Kördal and Fim Devrunov. And at the back end, row number 16, Massimo Torrigino, as well as Roberto Rendero Sarghetta, Libason, Nawin Natifanan on row number 17, and Elias Hagen running up the top positions, the full grid that we have here on track, and a couple of contenders on the second part of the grid, putting on new tires as well. Is the case of, as you've seen, Nati Fanan, Rendero Sarghetta, Devrunov, Sebastian Mins, as well as Kördal, Torrigino, and Elias Hagen, all with the new slick tires on the left side. Everybody going left for this race once again. And as you mentioned, Anthony, 2 of them in the upper echelon, in Noah Wolf and Vladimir Yanikov. That's going to be an interesting one as well. And as you can see, mechanics and fans getting themselves ready on the sideline as well. I had a chance to go around the track yesterday. You can actually walk and cycle surrounding the entire layout, which is not always the case on Cartodromos. This one provides a lot of space for the public and friends to gather.
Plenty of place to watch us from then, as we are not going racing. We're going round again. It's another false start then for the senior category. And, well, I didn't really see what was causing that one, to be fair. So I'm sure Martin Bean, who's got a prime view of the start of that one, is right over the track at the start of those races. And, yeah, he did not like how that one looked and sends them round again. So that gives us a bit of time to go over the intermediate classification just a little bit at this point. Obviously, we are in groups A versus C. We'll be going into the final rotation of qualifying heats after this race. That'll have groups D and E, then A and F, then B and C. That's the last chance all these drivers will have to put points on the board. That's going to be the most vital races of the weekend. For this one, groups A and C, this is their penultimate chance to score points. So for anyone who's at the sharp end of this one, i.e. Craigie, Phillips, Ramekers, Lopez, Stiller, Kamyab, this is all a chance as drama has happened. This is Ella Hakkinen off the circuit, and there is the 220 as well. MP Racing, Jorn Helder out of this race before it's even started. How does that even happen on a formation lap? I've no idea.
Turn number 10.
And that is drama at turn 10. We are racing, and it is a good start for Craigie on the outside. Where, though, is Mariano Lopez going to end up? He did not get the getaway. He slotted down quite significantly here. Remember, Ramekers is effectively the points leader. He has 150 points to his name, 3 wins under his belt. This race is his 4th and penultimate race, with one more later on today. Can he come away with maximum points? Or right now, he's there in 2nd place and has not been able to attack Kenzo Craigie just yet, who maintains control of the lead of this race. Jesse Phillips there in 3rd, as he's got another one of the VDKs of Peter Stiller closing in. They're out of the race. That's going no further. That's a huge shame there for Klara Kovalcic. Yes, it is indeed the current Public Motorsport driver of Poland. out of this race.
Yeah, quite unfortunate. And again, a couple of drivers not understanding each other even before the race got going. Now, Kenzo Craigie, Thibaut Ramakers. That's the battle for the ages, certainly, between the VDK driver and last year's junior world champion. New addition in Champions of the Future. That's his first season at this level for Kenzo Craigie. Has 2 wins to his name, while Thibaut Ramakers has 3. Just as Christian Kostoja, around the inside goes one of the Birel further back of Venus Van and Vladimir Ivanikov battling along. The 272 further back as well on your screens. Filippo Sala climbing 5 places up to 22nd, knocking on the door of that top 20 after a weekend certainly difficult for the young Italian. But now with one of the VDKs, Peter Stiller, once again doing great things in the upper part of the classification, putting the chase and putting the pressure on JC Phillips in third, behind Ramakers and Craigie. So now Christian Kostoja, 3 wins to his name. The young Spaniard will be back on track, but only towards the end of this afternoon. So he's watching along to see how his close rival for the win this weekend are doing. And Thibaut Ramakers certainly the one to watch. He's willing to take a 4th win. Oh, and drivers, someone actually has gone off just a little bit outside of turn number 4. That is the 251 by the look of it. One of the Parolines into trouble. Look at the position of the nose cone and the wheel.
Oh, wow.
Look at what happened there.
That has been driven over, if I've ever seen it. And that is that Matvei Durganov there? I think, no, I'm not too sure who that is actually at the moment. It said Durganov on the back of the suit, but I don't think it's his. But that is absolute drama there. We'll see who tumbles down the order. But right now, rest of the field going through and still holding on firmly at the sharp end of this field. And there it was. No, it was Efim Durganov. Sorry, Efim Durganov, where I was getting confused, who has had that drama. Yeah, and he's out of the race. And something tells me that might have been with Carl Luthart, because he's also tumbled down the order. So a big shame there for those two. But that's a lot of damage that Durganov has picked up on that kart. Eyes on this. Well, Ramakers is losing touch with Kenzo Craigie. Jesse Phillips is knocking on the door here of Thibaut Ramakers and is looking for a potential move down the inside somewhere, but not doing it into that final corner. Now, for Ramakers, he is still in the lead of that intermediate classification. However, he doesn't want to lose any more points than he currently is doing so, because, of course, Kostoja there with 188 will be in line to really pick up the points here if we could take the lead of this one. Craigie does step up to 5th in the points now, being here ahead of Phillips's P6 with 159. But again, they're still quite a significant way off the Ramakers and Kostoja battle right now. You can see that Kelleher is still there as well, ahead of Kinmark. Craig is still there also, as oh dear me, it's all kicking off there in the background. That is Luna Flusha, who has got a brand new set of tyres on her car on the left-hand side, grinding to a halt. So that's the 275. Hugo Marti out of the race, not good at all. And that is a big moment for him in this race. Eyes on the rest though, it is still going strong. Lap number 6 now for the field. Craigie still in control of this race. And Noah Wolf, as you can see, within the top 10, the only one with new tyres on the left side, picking up places up to P9. The rest not quite able to make it work just yet, climbing a couple of positions within the mid-pack. Scott Marsh, the fastest on track at the moment from P6, as we keep a close watch on the formation of drivers there, with Peter Steller being chased by Scott Marsh, as we said, the fastest Lopez, Van Wolf, Kanyab, Justin Burnett making his way past Toby Gale for P11. A couple of good climbers as well. Sebastian Mins, after picking up a penalty earlier. Here's a look down at what happened to FM Dirnov. Look at the position of the steering wheel, completely bended. If that is a rear tyre mark I've seen on a NASA panel, that is quite considerable amount of damage there. And Carolyn's going to have a lot of work there to get that one race ready for later on today. Thankfully, I hope Efim Durdanov is okay. They're out of the race. Senaminir going no further. Again, a DNF for him. No further. Yeah, it's been a really torrid weekend for him, as Luna Flusha now sets the fastest lap of the race. Is currently in P16 behind Simon Bulbarella, who's placing in P15. Replay here This is 4th place, Czech Republic. Jakub Mikulev down the inside. Nicely done. And Jesse Phillips having to fight back at that point, and he has done so, but he's there in 4th place at this moment in time. Train forming pretty nicely over the course of the field. There is Roman Kamyab going through in 10th place. He's not had the race he wanted on this one, down 4 places at the moment, but he is there in the top 10 still. So still in a good position right now. Scott Marsh behind Phillips now as they head down in towards turn number 10. 7, I should say. But no changes for the field just as of yet, as it stayed relatively calm. I'll knock on wood here, Guillaume, but relatively calm for the front runners at the moment.
Yeah, the early stages give us some drama once again, but as you said, as for now, a little bit of observation time. The drivers certainly waiting for the right opportunity to kick one door open and to go for the move. That's certainly what goes through the mind of JC Phillips, chasing Jakub Mikulev into the chicane with Peter Stiller closing in. He's trying to. And we have Lopez, Van and Noah Wolf, as well as Roman Kamyab, all within distance. Going over the curb, up the crest, into turn number 6, and different racing lines. JC Phillips is really threatening Jakub Mikulev as for now, as De Birel on the inside, as Wilm Svan on Mariano Lopez for P7. As Svan is fighting back, beautifully made now, as Wolf, finding his way through. Wolf driving one of the Birel by VAR, anonymous Ford in partnership with the Italian factory there. But the checkered flag is getting near, so there won't be much time remaining as the 2 leaders coming across in front of us. Kenzo Craigie, Thibaut Ramacher is still split by 6/10 of a second. As run inside, in turn number 1. Once again, beautiful move by one of the RFM. This is Roman Kamyab on Famous Van for P9. That's what we like to see. That was clean, proper, limited risk taken. A bit of space needed, obviously, in that kind of maneuver, but at those speeds, reaching over 120 km/h, the drivers kind of understand each other that if one goes for the move, the other has to let him through, as just one of the fusions, JC Phillips, the 344, dives on the inside of Jakub Mikulev. That's for P3, as Scott Marsh is willing to do the same.
The sun bursts out from behind a cloud there onto the drivers, as now goes Scott Marsh down the inside of Jakub Mikulev. He's got through now. Peter Stiller wanting to get through now as well, and each and every one of those overtakes is bringing Noah Wolf into play now. Mariano Lopez just behind. Roman Kamyab there from Jensen Minette, Vilma Swan and Jakub Kamenek still locking out the top 12 for the time being. But Scott Marsh is still under pressure, and he's left the door wide open for Jakub Mikulev to go back down the inside. Here comes Peter Stiller. He's on the outside. Surely he can't go the long way round. He's going to have to look for the switch over. He cannot get that either. And now Noah Wolf has come back into play now.
Yeah, that's what we like to see. Watch out from the Wolf, as he's going to try to go either right or left on Peter Stiller. Left could be an option into the double left end of 12 and 13. Oh, it seems to me that Scott Marsh is losing momentum. Yes, indeed. Let's run the inside. Oh, contact!
Oh,
those two coming together. Peter Stiller and Noah Wolf. And Stiller is raging. Noah Wolf was trying to go around the inside, clipping the wheel. Those two almost got stuck once again, and I think that's race done. Yes, it is for Noah Wolf. Peter Stiller was able to continue, but dropping all the way down at the back end of the field is still with us, but P12 only.
Oh, that is absolutely disastrous. Stiller's gone down to 19th place now, as this is still unfolding here. Jakub Kamenek trying to push his way through on fellow Fusion teammates here. Let's have a look at it again. So Stiller's gone down the inside of Scott Marsh. Here comes now Wolf. It's a late move. He's not fully alongside and just rides on that rear bumper. And oh my goodness me. Oh, the water's come out. The pipes come off. That is all the water's come out of Peter Stiller's car there. He's going to have to retire that, because that is going to be an engine seize if I've seen one. The temperature will be skyrocketing now. Where is Peter Stiller? He's tumbling down to 23rd place now. I think he is still circulating, though. That's the concern. He is still circulating,
chicane,
and he's going through the chicane now. Final lap board is out, Ramakas is in the lead of this
Oh,
race.
ho, ho.
He's got past Kenzo Craigie.
Wow.
What happened there? We were looking at replays there, but seemingly he did that while we weren't looking. Ramakas going through. More dramas here as Luna Flush is getting tangled up with Filippo Sala and others as well around the Tempranillo area. Ramakas does get his 4th win out of 5 ahead of Kenzo Craigie. But where did that overtake happen? I honestly don't know.
Wow, that's a surprise.
To be honest.
Yeah. We left Pitlish right here in the box because as we were paying attention to the incident between Peter Steele and Noah Wolf, well, it turns out that the 6/10 of a second between Ramakas and Craigie were not sufficient for the Prema driver to make it to the checkered flag and pick up what would have been win number 3, but instead, well, Thibaut Ramakas was there just to give one last charge. Talking about charging, the best climber into this field, Sebastian Minz, climbing a total of 16 positions up into the 12th place. But what a race, a lot of drama, a lot of moves and unfortunate turns of event for some of the drivers out there. Thibaut Ramakas picking up win number 4, 200 points, the maximum he can take so far for the Belgian. Kenzo Craigie having to make do with 2nd place from JC Phillips, Jacob Mikhalev, Scott Marsh, Jenson Bennett, Roman Kamiak, Vilma Svan, Jakub Kaminik, Vladimir Javonikov running up your top 10. 11th place for Toby Gale from Sebastian Minz, Luna Flusha, Filippo Sala, Thomas Bradier, Davide Botaro, Simon Bulbarella, Makar Savalev, Moriano Lopez, and on the edge of the top 20, François Kerdal, Yebei Sun, Elias Hagen, Dean Pedersen, Nawin Tapi Fanon, as well as Maximoto Vigino, and Renderso Argueta, the last driver to see a checkered flag. 8 drivers falling through the course of that 13-lap race. Starting with Hela Hakkinen, Clara Kowalczyk, then John Elder, Karl Lutard, FM Durenov, Hugo Marti, Senna Meunier, and the last 2 coming together on the penultimate lap, Noah Wolf and Peter Stiller. But what a race full of action once again, ladies and gentlemen, into the senior class. As we said, the layout of Asenberg, yeah, certainly being unforgiving to those going maybe a little bit too aggressive on the moves or not paying attention enough. But one who's been paying attention, certainly everything that's happening around, in front and behind, is Thibaut Ramakas, the young flying Belgian from the VDK Racing team. Certainly one of the most successful partnerships over the past few seasons on national and international ground. So let's take a look back at the highlights of this race. Kenzo Craigie from pole position on the outside after the switch. Well, taking over from Thibaut Ramakas, taking GC Phillips with him up into P3. Peter Steller having a good start to his race as well, in front of Mariano Lopez, as well as Roman Kamiab. Then the last few laps happening with the drivers trying to find the best of line. A couple of drivers putting 2 wheels onto the grass there on the outside of turn number 4. This happened, the 291 of FM Derunov from Parolin, and an incident that dented his steering wheel in a position that, yeah, clearly he had never seen before in a race. But that led to a DNF, unfortunately for him, as one of the DPKs, the 241, fighting his way through Scott Marsh on his way to what would be P5, as maneuvers were still happening plenty left, right and center at every lap of that race, pretty much in the mid-pack as well, with the recovery from one of the rookie in Roman Kamiab fighting for P7 in front of the Birel of Vilmos Van towards the later stages of that race. As we're going to keep a watch on the highlights of the last few laps, so let's get down to the Parc Fermé with you, Anthony.
Thank you very much, Guillaume, with Thibaut Ramakas. That's now 4 wins out of 4 with 1 more race to go. But Thibaut, I'll be honest, me and Guillaume were watching replays. We didn't see your overtake. Where did it happen and how did it all go about?
It happened on 7. It was, I don't know what happened, but I take the opportunity and I lead the race. But anyway, the race was quite difficult, especially the beginning. Not a lot of grip, but we gain the race. We win the race, so it's not bad.
You're looking at maximum points and a pole position for the super heats. Are you ready for that last race?
Yeah, I'm really excited for this last race. We'll start P2. I know it's hard, but I will do the best what I can.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. Well done. And we'll see you out there in that last race.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff. Plenty of races to go. We'll go back to the juniors. They'll be coming out next.
Thank you, Thibaut Ramakus. Thank you, Anthony. Yes, indeed. The juniors up next for the D versus E qualifying heat as we get towards the half of the schedule of this afternoon. And the more we go, the less the drivers will have to race and the less opportunities they will get to change things around, to change their faith into this last round of the Champions of the Future Euro Series. Now, here's the grid, and there's a pole swap. That's interesting. Once again, Noah Baglin, who was due to start on the outside, well, will be on the inside with Emiliano Hernandez, your pole sitter, the 92 from DPK, choosing to go on the external part of the track, going to turn number 1. We've seen this paying off for some of the past few races. Now, let's see if it's down to maybe Noah Baglin to try to make a difference. He ran into trouble, don't forget, early on in one of his previous races to start with. Noah Baglin coming together with his teammate Manny Nuvolini. So there will certainly be a lot of expectations on the shoulders of Noah Baglin, one of the contenders in this year's championship. He was third coming to Kristianstad. The overall classification, as the overall temperature, as you can see, has been increasing for the past few hours, up to 20 degrees in the air, and under the beautiful blue skies and sunshine of Kristianstad. But the classification, as we said, is going to evolve once the qualifying heat will be done today. 35 points will be awarded to any of the driver in the class leading the classification. Now, the whistle has been blown, the green flag is waving, and the drivers make their way onto the track for D versus E, the junior class. Up next, onto the track. Now, let's take you to the grid, as it's about time to get those tires, those Maxxis tires, up to temperature, try to maximize the performance. Noah Baglin and Emiliano Hernandez on the front row of that grid. Matteo Rivals and Juan Garciase on row number 2. Row number 3, Henri Domain and Devin Walls. Row number 4, Jala Sayer and Henri Constant Kempen. Row number 5, we have Enea Pezzuto and Antonio Pizzonia. Row number 6, Antoine Venant and Bosco Arias. Row number 7, further back, Bruno Blanco and Ludwig Grankist. All of those drivers choosing to go for a new slick tires on the left side. Row number 7, as we said, Blanco and Grankist. Row number 8, Regius Samsic and Felipe Sanchez. Row number 9, Gilles Herman and Luca Bonham. Row number 10, Dan Halleman and Nathan Capen. Row number 11, we have Tony Cacciafero and Eddie Rasum. Row number 12, Sam Egon as well as Alex Marlotta. Row number 13, Olivier Rossini and Patrick Christiansen. Row number 14, Marcel Sapla and Amir Sabirov. Row number 15, Christian Alexander Horst and Mohamed El Boussaki. And at the back end of the grid on row number 16, Levin Barbier and Manuel Martuffi, Giacomo Augusto and Adrian Eriksson. Do we have everybody on board? Yes, we do, except for Giacomo Giusto, as always, unfortunately not competing anymore this weekend. Talking about tires, my dear Anthony, there's a lot of them once again onto the track. At this point, well, pretty much everybody decided to go for new slicks on the left side. It's about time to see if any of those drivers decided to go for the right. We've seen that on one occasion before, but everyone's is,
on the left.
Going for the left. We're going to have on board a camera as well on the pole sitter, Emiliano Hernandez, who will be on the outside of the front row. But at this point, only just a couple of them decided not to go for new slicks, as they've done before or still have to do. The green flag is waving and the lights go out. We go racing on the first time of asking. Emiliano Hernandez, Noah Baglin, and once again the pole sitter having changed the positions, taking benefit of that pole on the inside line. On the outside line it goes, as the rest of the pack coming through the turn number 4 quite nicely. And the 54 having a cracking start. Devin Waltz from Car Republic making himself up to third and putting the pressure already on one of the Parolin. I think that's Juan Garciase still climbing to second place, but not for long, as Devin Walls dives on the inside into turn number 6 and take P2.
Yeah, indeed. That's a nice, steady start then for the Groups D versus E for their last race of the day. And how can you tell it's a group's last day? Is like you mentioned it, nearly everyone on a brand new set half set of tyres. It'll be easy to tell you who hasn't got the fresh set in this race. But Emiliano Hernandez leads the way at the moment. Devin Waltz there second ahead of Noah Baglin. Garciase holding on to 4th place from Bitsonia. Kumpin, Rivals rounding out the top 7. Domain still there in 8th place from Bosco Arias and Jarlis Seyer, as the field still controls the pace on this one. All action kicking off there. Matteo Rivals and Henry Constant Kumpin battling away, and now it's all started off a chain reaction that's got everyone involved. There in the middle of it is Henry Domain on the Forza Racing machine. He has managed to keep his nose clean at that stage and has gained a good handful there back after he's initially dropped down at the start of this race, but I still focus on the rest of them then as they enter up into the start-finish straight. It is Emiliano Hernandez who at his final race of the day can do no better than 221 points as he takes the lead of this race, as we're side by side down in towards turn number 1, and as quickly as someone can gain places they can lose them too, and Ennio Pizzuto is the driver who's going to lose out on a couple of those, dropping down a couple of places through turn 1. There is Noah Baglin holding on to 3rd place. It's Antonio Pizzonia who is just behind on that number 12 Tony Kart Racing machine, trying to go through. Mistake on the exit there for the Ricky Flynn,
Bosco
and
Arias.
that is Bosco Arias getting a little bit untidy, and that has kept a long train of karts right on his rear bumper.
And Harry Constant Kumpin, I think, involved in this as well, just further back, the young Belgian, as we also have Jarlas Seyer, Antoine Venon, Bruno Blanco, and the rest of them in the second part of the top 10. Lap number 4, here we go. Almost a second now between Emiliano Hernandez and David Waltz. In front of Noah Baglin, Antonio Pizzonia, Juan Garciarse. Matteo Rivals dropping all the way to P6. As Domain, Arias, Kumpin, Seyer. You can see now the used and new tires being put on. Seems to be paying off now for Noah Baglin and Devin Waltz. Don't forget that Baglin suffered a DNF later on. Earlier, after that coming together with Mino and Mani Nuvolini, as that was a beautiful move by the 158. Matteo Rivals indeed, the 55. From further back, the 65, shall I say, on Juan Garciarse for P5.
Yeah, indeed, Garciarse going down 2 places now into P7, and still watching that fight unfold here. Garciarse is not going to give that place up too easily, but now he's going to have to contend with Bosco Arias, who's got a leg down the inside here. Can he keep it alongside into turn 1? The answer to that is yes, and through goes Henry Constant Kumpin as well. He'll say thank you very much, and Arias again loses, Garciarse, loses a couple more positions now at this stage of the race, the halfway point of it. He drops down to 10th place. So Hernandez can do no more than 221 points right now. At the moment, it was obviously Michael McCoy. He's now obviously in a great position to try and push forward as Marcel Zappler out of the race. And is that possibly a throttle cable that's gone? It looks mechanical in nature, and I think it might be. So that is a big shame for him. And he's out of this race at this stage, and not a nice feeling. Of course, a lot of these drivers will be fighting to get into that top 72. Any drivers who are not in that top 72 out of the weekend, and seeing as there was 200 drivers across the 2 categories, about 100 apiece, you know, it's a lot of drivers who we're going to miss out on to race tomorrow. Yeah,
certainly a quarter of each of the classes won't make it to the super heat, the final phase starting on Sunday morning. And only a fraction of that, half of the 72.36, you make your calculation, will be on the final grid. So now, this is the last rotation of qualifying heats for all the groups, which means that after this one, well, there will be no more racing waiting for tomorrow. So it's now or never, and that's why the slick tires, the new ones, are in order. Emiliano Hernandez sees his gap actually going from quite extended to barely nothing, 0.2 of a second. Look at David Waltz and Noah Baglin now increasing the pressure on the shoulders of the Mexican driver in the lead, who jump on board with our current leader, being chased by Car Republic driver Noah Baglin just behind. Same chassis, different colors from the Prema squad. As Antonio Pizzonia and Matteo Rivals are more than likely to join the party as well. The first train of drivers, no one dares to move just yet. In the hairpin of turn number 6. On the way down in turn number 7, run inside, Noah Baglin. Beautifully made, the door was open. Antonio Pizzonia might try to do the same, not quite able just yet, he stays behind. But finds himself under the pressure as well of Matteo Rival. So that's going to be, the decision to go for the move will have to come quickly. This is lap number 7, so there won't be much time remaining after that. As a sniff on the inside that goes through for Matteo Rivals on Pizzonia. Not quite yet for Devon Waltz on Noah Baglin, who stays in second place.
Indeed, they need to think about working together now to try and close that gap back up between themselves. But well, let's see what happens. It's around 0.4 of a second between first and second place now. And like we say, we're on lap number 8 of this race, so time very quickly running out. Bosco Arias, fastest driver out there, 51.314, still looking very strong at this stage of the weekend. He is there currently in 6th place. He's right in amongst this fight here, and I think now Baglin and Waltz have started to work together a bit here now, because the gap's already down to 0.3 of a second. Emiliano Hernandez in this last race will be under pressure, and it is from Noah Baglin, who currently sits second in the intermediate classifications. Down the inside, Bosco Arias battling away with Antonio Pizzonia, the two changing positions once again as they head down in towards turn 1. Pizzonia holding firm, though, in P5. Bosco Arias tried an overtake, didn't work out that time around. Baglin all over that rear bumper now again. Hernandez is going to have to fight it out for the last couple of laps here, Guillaume.
Yeah, that's going to be a hard fight, that's for sure. As well inside, one of the Ricky Flynns of Bosco Arias on Antonio Pizzonia. Now we have Bosco Arias getting into play as well. Just made his way past on Pizzonia with Bruno Blanco and Ari Domain. Enrico Sacampen will drop a couple of places down to 9 in front of Juan Garciarse and Jarla Seyer. But Hernandez has done so far maybe the hardest part. One more lap to go. And that could be win number 3 for the DPK driver. That would secure the provisional leading position, considering that, don't forget that Michael McCoy has 4 wins to his name. He will come just after, later today. So that means if Michael McCoy is able to pick up win number 5, he will have the overall leadership and the pole position. That comes with it for the Superheat 1 tomorrow. We're not there yet. But for this last race, well, Hernandez has done what he can. And as I said that, switch for the lead, the switching position, Hernandez cutting back. Noah Baglin thought maybe he was taking the lead for just 1 split of a second.
Try it again.
And he keeps going back, and on the inside takes P1 again.
Can Emiliano Hernandez retaliate in the last couple of corners here? We'll have to wait and find out. Is it going to be one big send into that final corner to try and take those points away? It's not going to be. Noah Baglin will take this win and will secure second in the points right now. That is good work from Noah Baglin. Race win, 213 points ahead of Emiliano Hernandez, and it's he still takes the lead, 215 points. Only 2 points separate them, but remember that Michael McCoy, with just 1 more race to go, has got 200 points to his name. If he wins or finishes anywhere inside the top 10, he will take pole position outright from the rest of the field. Devin Waltz steps up to 4th in the points ahead of Matteo Rivals, Henry Domain from Valerio Villapiana, and Daniel Miron 8th in those points. Well, let's have a look at the full results there. The top 10 on your screen. Baglin from Hernandez, Waltz from Rivals, Blanco from Arias and Domain, Antonio Pizzonia and Enrico Sacampen. Charles Sayre round out the top 10. Juan Garciarse from Antoine Venot, Lucas Bonhomme from Remy Samchek, Nathan Capin, and the rest of the field here. Alex Malota, Felipe Sanchez, Ebi Razum, and Olivier Sini. The top 19, Ludwig Granquist from Gilles Herman, Tony Cacciaferro from Samuel Hugon, Christian Alexander Rust from Amir Sabrov, Mohamed Elbazaki from Dan Alaman, Patrick Christensen and Eni Pazzuto, Evan Babia and Manuel Matufi. And then it is Adrian Eriksson finishing in 32nd place. Marcel Zappler, the only retirement, possibly mechanical in nature in that one. There, though, is your race winner, Noah Baglin, who now steps up to 2nd in the intermediate classifications. As, Baglin trying to help his mechanic there, but you can imagine these drivers are quite fatigued after these races. And there is Emiliano Hernandez coming in. He is still technically the points leader at the moment. He is in line to take the 25 championship points at the moment, of course, but there is lots of racings to go. That can change drastically as the racing goes on. Drama at the back end of the field. We saw drivers losing up a fair few places. Marcel Zappler was the one and only retirement from that race. There was big lunges in those early stages. Mateo Rivals on that Tony Kart machine pushing through and punching his way through the pack in that early stages. He had the Forza Racing of Henry Domain for company for a lot of that fight. Then we saw the likes of the Energy Courses stepping up. Charles Sayer in the early stages there was fighting at the sharp end, would later drop down to 10th place, which is where he would finish in the end. Again, those big lunges there from Mateo Rivals, putting himself up into 4th place. Still a drop in places, but still a strong performance nonetheless. Henrison Kumpen pushing through. He was pushing through with Bosco Arias there. And he would later finish in P9 as well. The fighting at the front end here. Baglin getting up into 2nd place. Emiliano Hernandez holding on to the lead for that time being. Baglin was able to close in. This was, again, Mateo Rivals with the moves here. This time from Bruno Branco and stepping up in that order. Brilliant racing from themselves. This is Antonio Pizzonia again going wheel to wheel with everyone. Really strong racing performance from a lot of these drivers over the course of this race. This was the first initial overtake from Baglin for the race lead on the final lap. Outbraked himself on the exit, had to concede the spot, would later get the 2nd move into turn number 10. Nothing that Hernandez could do, and that was her maximum points there for Noah Baglin, taking 50 points there and adding them to his tally. Now with 213, 2 points behind Emiliano Hernandez's 215. Well, we'll see those drivers out tomorrow, of course. That's the last time we will see groups D versus E for the juniors. We will see the seniors out next for those groups for their 13-lap race, which is due to start at 3:45, which is at about 3 minutes' time from now. And, of course, that will cycle through all the way to the last races at the end of the day, kick-starting at 5:05 for groups B and C. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Guillaume Alvarez.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Here with Emiliano Hernandez. Emiliano, talk us through that race, because you led most of it. You did an impeccable job so far. Came very close to take another one, but in the end, Noah was chasing down on you. And talk us through that move in the last few corners.
I don't look behind. He overtake me. I overtake him again, but my mistake was to, in the next 2 corners, open a little bit, but apart of that, it was good. I think we were fast and to go in front.
Yeah, 2 wins to your name so far, so you can be proud of yourself. These are qualifying hits well done. That puts you ideally for the super hit tomorrow, so you're confident that you can finish the job on a high?
Yeah, always to go in front, and we are going to make this best for tomorrow.
Lovely, that's the spirit. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias, Emiliano Hernandez. Second on the track, 2 wins to his name. That was a great battle, Anthony, as we have a couple of more going before the end of the afternoon, the last rotation of qualifying heats for both the juniors and the seniors.
Thank you very much, Guillaume Alvarez, down there in Parc Ferme, and very good racing from the juniors out there, as, like we say, seniors Group D versus E will be the next one out onto the circuit. This will have Marco Gast and Lev Krutelov on the front row of the grid for this one. And once again, you can tell it is their final race of the day, because we'll be talking quite a bit about tyres in this one. Again, it's probably going to be easier to tell you who hasn't got tyres on for this one, and who has put a fresh set on the left-hand side, because that is what everyone has chosen. And I can confirm, out of the top 10, 7 of the drivers inside that top 10 have deployed fresh tyres on the left-hand side. 3 drivers inside the top 10 have not. Those 3 drivers are Lewis Francis, who deployed them earlier on, Nicolo Caman and Marco Gast. No new tyres on board for them. Used ones only. There is Marco Gast on your screen from Denmark for the Koski Motorsport team. Has been pushing through nicely over the course of this one. last moments of encouragement to the drivers as the yellow light flashes indicating 30 seconds to go before we see the lights go green in the pre-grid area and those engines fire up and the drivers make their way out. Good racing so far as well for Lev Krutsilov this weekend. He's had some solid results. He does sit there 7th in the intermediate classifications. Certainly going to be one to keep an eye on. He is a contender for a front-running spot here, but again, Ramaker still has another race to go. So does the likes of Kostoya, and they all have a spot to play out there on the circuit. Engines fire up. Drivers making their way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through that full starting lineup. Gast, Marco Gast on pole position will be joined by Lev Krutsilov, Nicolo Kaman and Jindra Peschel. Also on row number 2, both Krutsilov and Peschel have got fresh tyres on board. Row number 3, Martinez and Oscar Gallin, both of them with fresh tyres, with Endo Arata and Boris Lyson also with fresh tyres. Row number 5, Kade Fairhan and Luis Francis, but only Fairhan with a fresh set. Row 6 sees Leo Nilsson and Emily Koivisto, also fresh set of tyres on board. Sadamat Zorin and Edith Kaczynski on row 7, also fresh tyres. Kasper Reipold and Mateusz van der Kerkhoff, fresh tyres on board. Row 9 though, Inja Rustad and David Trefilov, no fresh tyres for those two drivers.
On row number 10, Zach Green and Qinjun Zhao, followed on row number 11 by Clovis Nogueirain and Aaron Garcia. Row number 12, we'll see Jerry Besica and Hadek Vavra. Row number 13, down at the grid, Zariev Rekal and Jason Ralic. Good new tyres for Clovis and Zach Green. On row number 14, we'll have Amin Karakosman and Marcus Kunas. Row number 15, Lilian Scarborough and Erikas Klebikas. Zariev and Jason new tyres put for this race. And then row number 16, Maciek Sekielski, Alexander Dahlstrom, Matthias Gonzalez and Austin Gale. None of them at the back end of the grid deciding to go for a new Matthias Van.
That is why I think he's got out. I think he's going to try and help his mechanic. Again, I'm not too sure. I'm only speculating. But he can effectively have a start on this one. He'll just be at the back. Right, grid forming itself up. Pace is nice and slow. Marco Gast and Lev Krutsilov on the front row of this grid. Already Van der Kerkhoff out of contention on the middle of that. He's going to be struggling from that pit lane if he can get it started. Here we go then into the tram lines. Lights are out. We are racing. Good start for the inside row. Marco Gast holds on to the lead of this one going in towards turn number 1. Lev Krutsilov seemingly not on the pace there. Going in towards the start of that race. Some driver getting kicked up in the background. One of the MP racing machines going a bit sideways. That might be Emilio Koivisto, who's gone wide, but he is back in the race, albeit down a few places. Eyes on the front runners here, though. It is a good getaway. There is still Mateusz van der Kerkhoff. He has not got it started. He is out of the race. As is that a change for the lead? I think it is. There's drama in the background. That is disastrous. Jacopo Martinez out of this race, and this is how it's happened. Oh dear, is that a seize of the engine? I think it is a mechanical failure, and that is disastrous. It is the Koski that leads the way though. Forza Racing's Nicolo Kaman slotting there into second place. Make that potentially first. He's done it through turns 1 and 2. Beautifully done.
And a little bit of a push from behind, but what a beautiful move that was. I think that Marco Gast wasn't too happy about this. But again, if you don't give up and keep pushing, that's how you get paid. And Nicolo Kaman just proved to us that despite turn 1, well, chicane proved enough. Now he finds himself in the lead. And you can see outside of your picture, but Mateusz van der Kerkhoff coming back to the Parc Fermé as well. Unfortunately for the Belgian, a little bit of a curb clipping there for one of the CRDs, or could it be, Clovis Nogueirain potentially in pit 15. And as you can see, qualifying classification evolving at every race. Still in okay. Thibaut Ramaker is your current leader from Kostoya, and Daniel Kelleher as
it's
P4.
It is Krutsilov now who's second in the intermediate classification.
Indeed,
yes, here is that overtake again. Down the inside, initially not having it there. Then got some nice distance in towards turn 2. Beautifully done. It just unsettles the driver to think, okay, I can't go for the normal turning point. They're there. It unsettles them onto the outside. Through on the inside. Can get back on the racing line. Nicely done. It is a nice move that through turns 1 and into the chicane of turn 2. High risk. Sometimes, though, high reward. Mikhail Osman, fastest lap of the race, currently circulating in 21st place as we continue to watch this incredible fight from what my timing screen says is first all the way down to 32nd place, which is the entire grid.
Certainly, that's giving you about how much tight is the racing here in Champions of the Future, as Command Gast and Kutoholov at the wheel of that energy machine around the inside of the chicane, and once again that opens the door, and Abina Gast went for the grass. Oh, that's quite unfortunate, but there was nowhere else side by side, certainly the hardest spot to try and overtake, as in the meantime, change for the lead. Kutoholov is getting ahead of Nikola Kuman. So not only Kutoholov went ahead of Marco Gast in the tightest of passage into the chicane, forcing, certainly not with intention, but forcing Marco Gast out onto the grass, and then he went on to take Nikola Kuman for the lead. That's certainly one of the moments of the day, but the energy driver up into P1, that might have surprised not only Marsh, but also Nikola Kuman, dropping 2 places, find himself now in P4, under the pressure of Nilsson just behind, with Boris Lansen. And in the meantime as well, Arata Endo were there for the taking and took 2nd and 3rd respectively. But what a moment that was.
It was indeed, and very late into the corner there, as there's been some drama. There is indeed.
That's Lewis Francis.
Is Lewis Francis. He runs to safety, out of the racing line of the path of the rest. But what happened there? Was it...
I've seen water flowing.
Right, okay. Was there mechanical failure for Lewis Francis? And yeah, we've seen quite a few of them now at this stage of the weekend. These carts have been used, and bit of smoke, a bit of fluid out the front, and I think that is an engine seizing at the worst possible moment. A big puff of smoke out the exhaust there, wasn't it? And I think that was engines just gone, no. Seemingly that mechanic, Marshall, hadn't noticed that incident happening right behind him, but I suspect it was very noisy there and he couldn't hear. But at that moment there, very scary for Lewis Francis, but thankfully he is okay. Oh, looking down at the kart, Lev Krutulov over the crest there, nearly driving off the circuit. What is that? Now he was looking down at the engine there. Is he thinking he's got an issue there, or is he still in control of his machinery? Well, Boris Lysen is certainly in control of his, and he's closing in right now. Fastest lap of the race on that last lap for the driver from Poland, and he is closing in considerably now on the leader at the front. It is Lev Krutulov who now leads the intermediate classification, 7 points ahead of Thibaut Ramekers. However, Ramekers could score a total of 250 points if he wins his next race. So that's quite a bit of work he's still got to do there for Lev Krutulov. And we'll have to see what happens as we go on to lap number 7. And still, Krutulov in control. Lysen, though, on the attack.
Lap number 7 out of 13. Kara Finran, the fastest on your race, as Lysen is not leaving Kutoholov alone just for one moment. Split by 2/10 of a second under the close watch of Edo down in 3rd. A little bit of a gap, 8/10 of a second in Nilsson. Leo Nilsson, 297, is down in 4th place, followed by Nikola Koman, Pezel, Firan, Galan, Marst, Kaczynski, your top 10. And Sklivis. Oh, and another coming together between two drivers outside of turn number 10 and the 255 onto the grass.
Zhao Zijun is the driver there on the banking, and I think I may have seen
there was another one involved.
Sara Matsui of Japan also in and around that area. And I think David Trefilov was also there. He's tumbled down a couple of positions, but is still in this race. The same as Sara Matsui. She's tumbled down to 28th place now on the track. So, yeah, clearly a coming together there between the driver from China and Japan. But we'll have to see what unfolded there. But that's a kart that's quite far up the banking there.
Yeah.
This might tell us a bit of a story. Zhao Zijun down the inside of
Trefilov.
And unfortunately, Sara Matsui, a complete passenger in all of that. And that was a bold move there for Zhao Zijun, who did go for some moves earlier on at turn number 1, and they paid off, but didn't quite work out there at turn 10.
Yeah, and he's trying to go over the cliff. Maybe not the most practical at the wheel of kart, but that's DNF for him, unfortunately. And for David Trefilov, that's another racing turning into disaster for the very fast and highly talented KZ driver for IPK. Used to be driving Maranello's up until last year with the SRP. The German team changing partners with partnering up this season with IPK and extending the operation as well in the OK in the junior categories. Remains to be seen for what they will bring next season. Now, there was a good move from one of the DPKs further down into the classification by the look of it. But Aaron Garcia on Austin Gale for P18. Aaron Garcia, that not so long ago, did brilliant things, winning one of his first international karting titles. Not so lucky this time around, having to fight quite a lot within the pack here. As we are with the 206. This is George Spezel and Kara Firen. This is battle for P5 with Nicolas Coman trying to shake up the order a little bit. He was fighting on the forefront, dropped a couple of places down, and he seems to be stuck a little bit behind those two. Nicolas Coman not quite able to work his way back up, and he won't have much time unless something happens in front of him, and that could lead to an open door between Kara Firen and George Spezel. As one of the CRGs for the back, Clovis Nugarade is being split by Elliot Kaczynski and Kasper Rashpol just behind, I think it is. As we're going to get back to those battles as well. Now, just in front of a position, this is your top three. Being chased by Nilsson, Kryholov, Lysen, Edo, split by 0.6 of a second as we get into lap number 11. And still nothing is quite done for Kryholov by the look of it, only 0.4 of a second. That's still the pressure on the shoulders of the energy driver.
Certainly is. Time quickly running out of this race. Lap number 11 of 13 we are on. This is the battle for first place. On your screen, Lev Krutelov, Boris Lysen and Endo Arata. All three of them have done a fabulous job here in controlling this race. They're all trying to push themselves up in the order right now. Obviously, Lev Krutelov has gained the most out of this when he stepped up into the lead of the intermediate classifications, but only by 7 points, and with still 2 more groups to go in the form of groups A and F and B and C to head out onto the circuit. The chances of maintaining that lead in the intermediate classification is, well, not as likely. The downhill fight in towards turn at number 4. No drama there between these top three as they all stay line astern. The train opening up as the sun begins to set here in Kristianstad. It has been a beautiful day of racing, which is quite surprising, seeing as looking at the forecast over the course of this weekend, it was seemingly looking like it was going to be a torrid weekend with horrible conditions. It was somewhat like that yesterday, a bit chillier. Yeah. There was a bit of rain in the air today. Beautiful day as summer starts to turn into autumn here in Kristianstad, Sweden. But Lev Krutelov in control of this race now. The gap down to 0.3 of a second with the final lap board out here. Guillaume, Lev Krutelov looking clear and dry at the front of this grid.
Final lap it is indeed. 0.4 should be enough for the energy driver, whereas that would be win number 1 for him in that OK senior class since the start of the weekend. At some point, at this point in time, we have 4 wins for Thibaut Ramakers, 3 for Christian Kostoya, 2 for Daniel Kelleher. But that will be the first one, along with Oliver Kinmark and Kenzo Craigie as well as 2 wins as well to his name. So it will be the first one for the energy driver Krutelov. Coming across the checkered flag, and 1 or 2 more laps could have been a different story, but in the end Lev Krutelov was able to hold on to that first place. 0.4 of a second from Boris Lysen, and Arata Edo picking up the best result of his weekend so far. The Japanese driver for World Racing, well done to him, from Kara Firen and Jerzy Spezel in 6th position. The biggest mover in this one, 14 places claimed up to the upper echelon of the classification for Toby Gale. He finally classified himself, Toby Gale, down, where is he? P20. P20 for Toby Gale. 13 places gained for Amin Kara Osman up to P14. And as you can see, there's an evolution in the qualifying heat order with Lev Krutelov, thanks to his first win of the weekend, putting himself in the lead with 207 points, 7 points clear from Thibaut Ramakers. So your classification with Lev Krutelov, Boris Lysen, Arata Endo, Leo Nilsson, Kata Firen, George Spezel, Nicolas Kuman, Marco Gast, Oscar Galan, and Elliot Kaczynski, your top 10. Zach Green follows in 11 from Kasper Raschbold, Clovis Nugorade, Amin Kara Osman, Sergei Fabrikal, Jason Bralic, Aaron Garcia, Radek Vavra, Francis Sekelski, and Austin Gelpi 20. 21st, we'll see Lilian Scarborough, David Trefilov, once again unlucky in this one, from Marcus Ilkunas, Alexander Dahlström, Sarah Matsui, and Lukas Klepikas, Yuri Besica, Matias Gonzalez, and Ina Rostad, the last driver to rejoin at the end of this race. Fortunately, it didn't go according to plan for Matthias van der Karkov, Jacopo Martinez, Lewis Francis, Emily Kofisto, and Xijun Zhao after the coming together in turn number 7. But for this young man from Energy Corset, Lev Kutoholov, this has been an impeccable weekend so far in that OK class, picking up his first win, but consistency has been a key to his success for him. He's been at the forefront all throughout the 5 qualifying heats. He's been through in that senior class. That's done and dusted for the D versus E. For those two groups, there are going to be 4 more qualifying races after that, so don't go anywhere. The last one for the remaining groups. Now, in the meantime, let's see how this thing plays out. Lev Kutelhov fighting his way through, even though it was Mark Gast who took the best start from pole position. Jacopo Martinez, a drama happening as early as the opening lap for the Italian driver. There came the first switch of positions for the lead with the attack on from the Koski driver to take first position. Nicola Kuman as well battling with Marco Gast, and then that came that moment, beautifully made by the Forza Racing driver Nicola Kuman to take the lead against Gast with a close watch on Kutoholov and one of the World Racing driver. Then a different angle, beautiful piece of driving into that chicane, and then Kutoholov first, that move on Gast into the chicane, forcing quite unfortunately Gast onto the grass, dropping position after position. He would finally climb back to P8, and then a second attack. Here's a different angle on the move. That was unfortunately a bit of grass cutting, unfortunately for him, and that dropped all the way down to P8 before that move that would prove decisive to take the lead in front of Nicola Kuman. That would drop all the way down in the order down to P7. Now, we keep a close watch on the highlights, and let's get down to the Parc Fermé with Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Guillaume. Yes, indeed. Down here with Lev Krutelov, winner of that one, and now points leader in the intermediate classification, but only by 7 with still more races to go. But Lev, you've done all you can, and it's been a pretty solid day for you all the way since qualifying to now. Probably your best scoring weekend so far.
Yeah, the whole weekend was really great. We had an advantage of the tires now. So I just said, keep it cool, we need the points, bring it home. And yeah, just we need a good starting position for tomorrow. Yeah.
And like we say, tomorrow is a new day for you. I've not checked the weather forecast for it, but I'm sure it's still going to be like we've got today. But the plan tomorrow, what are we expecting? Obviously, the tyres have been used now. It's going to be a close fight in that superheat. But who are you hoping that you're going to be starting alongside with?
I'm not going to make any predictions, to be honest. I'll just keep it cool again. Always we aim for the win, so we'll try to do that.
It's going to be a big weekend, isn't it? Lots to play for still. Are you hoping to end that final on top?
Yes, yeah, of course.
Of course, there we go. Perfect stuff. Well, Lev, we'll let you crack on and enjoy the rest of your evening, and congratulations on your racing today.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Excellent stuff there to Lev Krutelov and to the rest of the seniors out in previous groups. So like we say, 4 more races to go. We'll head back up to the commentary box.
Thanks very much, Anthony. Thanks to Lev Kutelhov. And when it comes to the weather, I can confirm that it looks quite positive and appealing for tomorrow, so no sign of rain. But as again, with the weather forecast, especially in this part of the country, we can never be too sure. We had a bit of rain and slippery conditions on the Friday. It's been absolutely beautiful all towards Saturday of racing. Let's keep it that way as well for tomorrow. Right. Thank you once again for tuning along and joining us for what's left of today's program. 4 more races, the most important ones for the Group A, B, C and F of the junior and the senior class. These are the last races for those respective groups. After that, there will be no more, as we're going to be starting with the next one coming up for the junior category A versus F. And talking about Group A, that means the fastest drivers out of qualifying and the overall pole sitter. Evan Purcell wearing the Ricky Finn Motorsport colors, will be starting on pole position for this one once again. Not so far, maybe not the luck on his side as much as he would have liked. Evan Purcell was able to pick up a win yesterday as a result of the qualifying of the 5-second penalty going the way of Valerio Viapana. So far, he still has one more chance to translate pole position into victory. The whistle has been blown, the green flag is out, and it's time to go back racing once again, ladies and gents. A versus F in the junior class. Now, the classification is led still by Emilio Hernandez for 2 points from Noah Baglin. That will be starting a little bit later on in this one. This will be the last one here. So now, Evan Purcell, Turner Brown will be your front row of the grid. Mark Pilipenko and Oscar Will on row number 2. Row number 3, Daniel Miron and Ludovico Mazzola. Martin Bertolaccini and Priyan Bruno on row number 4. Row number 5, Valerio Viapiana and Zilov Osaji Shlorski. Row number 6, Lucas Sell and Sebastian Eskandari Marandi. Row number 7 on that grid, Noah Antonsen and Asher Orstein. Row number 8, we have Elliot Spangoff and Will Green. Row number 9, William Kaleha and Billy Van Staveren. Row number 10, further back, Angelina Simmons and Julian Fresnelli. Row number 11, Victor Stalmack and Ali Tristan Christen. Row number 12, Kruger Callas and Simba Motoda. Row number 13, Max Lacroix and Melk Millel. Frederick Flood Egerbretsen and Marcel Zebo. Row number 14, row number 15, Libor Vlasak and Hampus Alnberg. And at the back end of the grid on row number 16, Diego Perez, as well as Magnus Mork and William Kim, at the back end of the grid. Now, let's talk you through the different tire strategies at play for this one. As you might expect, most of them deciding to go for slick tires, brand new compound on the left side for everybody. Yes, indeed, for all those tires, all those change of tires, all on the left, and only a couple in the mid pack deciding not to add those new tires. Either they have done it before or they leave half of this new set for tomorrow's superheat. But all the competitors are at the forefront up until row number 6. So the 12 first drivers are all with new slick tires on the left side of the machine. So that's going to be an interesting one, Anthony, as we usually see that on the second part of the grid. We have a couple of them at the back end, but the upper part is on fresh compound. So that means that some of them out there are looking to maximize the result, and they have one last chance to do so.
They certainly do. Into the tram lines. Are we racing? OK, Junior, A&F is lights out and racing. Down towards turn number 1. It's a good start for the 2 Ricky Flynn teammates, but one of them is off the track. It's Turner Brown, who's completely cut the chicane, and so is half the field there at the start of that race. There is a big getaway at the sharp end of the order. But my goodness, it is carnage in the background there. So many drivers cutting that chicane, and now they're all tripping over each other in the back of that pack. Crucially at the front, though, it is still the likes of Evan Purcell who leads the way. But now he's got the likes, is that Mark Pilipenko with him? No, it's not Pilipenko. That, I think, might be, is that Martin Bertolaccini? In the number 41 machine, it is Martin Bertolaccini. What a start the Argentine has had, because he's into the lead of the race, into the final corner. Martin Bertolaccini leads the way from 7th on the grid.
Yeah, talking about recovery in just one lap, 6 places gain. And you see him in P1. Wow, what a beautiful piece of driving. Might be a little bit helped by the mayhem on turn number 1 of the chicane, certainly, but still was able to make it stick into the last corner to snatch the lead from Evan Purcell. Let's see if the RFM driver in 2nd place will be able to keep the momentum going and stay within reach from Martin Bertolaccini. Further back as well, a couple of battles and drivers trying left and right, with Pilipenko still in 3rd.
Oh dear.
And the 135, one of the victories of the Parolin drivers in trouble out there. This could be, William Kim from Victory Lane, all the way down in 28. He was starting from the very last row of the grid, and something, by the look of it, went very wrong into that turn, that lap number 2. We'll get back to that. As in the meantime, around the inside goes one of the Parolins. This is the 154. And this is Noah Antonsen from AF competition, making his way past Lucas Sells for P7.
Yeah, indeed. Well, eyes on this one then as they square themselves away up at the sharp end of the order. Antonsen pushing his way forward. That's a big send down the inside there from Ludovic Mazzola on Lucas Sell, and he has put himself up nicely, was taking advantage of that fastest lap of the race as well. Now right round the outside, surely not here from Priyan Bruno. He's got it done. This is a much better race than what he had earlier on. Of course, his side pod came off at the start of the race in his previous race. This time around, much better start for him. Turner Brown, as we said, he went off at turn number 1 at the start of that race. He's gone down to 20th place now. That is an absolute shame for him here as Priyan Bruno going defensive already in this race on Lucas Sell, denying him the chance of getting past. Further up the order, this is the rest of the field on this one. This is Oskari Wally battling away with Valerio Villapiana, who this time around is not being able to get into the lead of the race in this early stage, but he is still up a couple of places. He's there in 4th place with a 5-place gain, and he still has a shot in this race.
Let's take a look back. Oh, they're coming together.
Goodness
One car
me.
was squeezed between two and caused chaos behind. No further action.
Oh,
No
further action from a Skywards adventure there for William Kim, who is lucky to have landed on all 4 wheels there. Valerio Villapiana, though, on the charge, has got past Mark Pilapenko now and has stepped up into 3rd place. He's on the charge here now again. Look at this, Priyan Bruno, defensive nearly every time he goes over that start-finish line. This time, though, it's with Will Green, who is trying to get past him and seemingly unable to do so in the meantime. Eyes on this one. Still Valerio Villapiana leading that big train of drivers there. Pilapenko, Oskari Wally, and Pilapenko again on the attack, but Villapiana able to make the judgment call on the exit there and maintains that 3rd place spot. And meanwhile, while they do those overtakes, they lose touch of Purcell and Bertolacini, who's breaking away at the front.
Now, my dear Anthony, let's talk points, calculations,
Points,
pole position, and so on, because this is the time. And as I say that doesn't go the way of the Italian driver. Villapiana is losing maybe 1, maybe more positions. That's not exactly what he needs to do. Dropping a place behind one of the Fusion Motorsport and Mark Pilipenko up into P3. I was just going to say that Villapiana, if he keeps on going like that, is not going to go his way because he has a chance. He needs to climb up the order to take one of the 2 pole positions for the super heat tomorrow. As just before losing places and drawing momentum, he was 2nd on equal points with Noah Baglin. But as for now, it's going the wrong way around, I'm afraid, for the Italians. Going to have to try to fight back into this race because he had a chance, having climbed 1 more positions up to P2 at some point, or maybe picking up the win. That means that he could have stand on the 2nd place in the classification, taking pole position number 2, considering that we have 1 more race in the junior class, and Michael McGoy, with 4 wins to his name, if he wins that last one, that will be the lead and the first pole, whatever happens. But for the Italian driver, there was still a slight chance for him to get himself on 2nd overall. But with him now dropping places, it's back in the hands of Noah Baglin, who is done with his set of races.
Yeah, indeed. And albeit now it's starting to just close in a little bit here in this lead pack. And now we're going to see the lunge, beautifully done down the inside. Oskari Wally pushes his way through and gets ahead of Mark Pilapenko now, steps up into 3rd place. A solid drive there for the Finn, and still in control. Someone who isn't in control there is tumbling down the order. It's Asher Osteen, who runs wide and tumbles down the order all the way to pretty much the back now, and that's absolutely disastrous there as we keep an eye on these front battles here, as Daniel Miron all over that rear bumper now. Pilapenko is under pressure from every single driver who comes in close behind, and right now it is Daniel Miron who is next to have a go at him, and right now just can't find a way through.
And I can hear one driver going back into the pits. Didn't get to a chance to see who it was just yet, but the number 40, Daniel Miron, dropping a place to Ludovico Mazzola by the look of it. Yes, indeed, Mazzola, the 62, just made his way past for P5. Daniel Miron under the pressure of Noah Ottensen, the number 154. At the wheel of the Perlin machine just behind, taking with him Valerio Villapiana. Now, Let's keep a close watch on the Italian as he goes around the ins. Oh, contact!
Oh,
coming together! Disaster
Oh,
for
dear.
Valerio Piana coming together with Noah Antonsen, who was trying to make his way past. There goes the chance of a potential pole position for the superheat for Valerio Piana. And that's a retirement as well, I'm afraid, for the 70. He went. This is William Kaleha, the championship leader before coming to Kristianstad, is out of this race. Another drama for one driver who has had so much bad luck through the course of the weekend, as we have Max Lacroix as well retiring in this last race. Mayhem here to finish the day for those juniors.
It certainly is, and I think there Kalesia was a complete innocent party in that one, and yeah, he was just trying to get round that final corner, and I think as the other car of that was slow to pull away, he just clipped the rear end of it, and yeah, that is disastrous there, and it's done enough damage to take him out of the race. Final lap, board is out. Bertolacini leads the way at this moment, and Bertolacini looking at his first race win of the weekend, and do I dare say for Martin Bertolacini, his first race weekend of the season for Bertolacini.
Yeah, that's very much a possibility for Martin Bertolacini, who has done a great job and
Changed for
switching
second.
position. Yeah, the second place is changing hands with Oscar Iwell, diving around the inside of Evan Purcell. Again, Purcell in a much better contention and pace than so far through his previous qualifying hits, but not quite able to hold on to that second place, as he might lose even more so with Mark Filipenko on his tail as the checkered flag is waving. Martin Bertolacini picking up his first win of the weekend for World Racing. Oscar Iwell second, Evan Purcell able to hold on to that third for just 700 of a second from Ludovico Mazzola on the line. But close call, victory the first one. And the big drama, certainly, for the Italian driver having to retire Valerio Piana, who is stumbling down the order, the provisional classification as it is. As for now, we still have Hernandez in the lead in front of Baglin, and McCoy that will have on track for the last race of the juniors later on.
Indeed. Well, they will make their way back to Parc Ferme. A fabulous end to the day's racing for Martin Bertolacini, then taking his first win of the weekend ahead of Ascari Wally. Evan Purcell from Ludovico Mazzola, Mark Pilipenko from Daniel Miron, Brian Bruno from Sebastian Escandari, Will Green and Lucas L, who lock out the top 10 for the final race of the day for Groups A versus F. Simba Matoda finishing in 11th place with a 13th place gain, the biggest mover out on circuit. Victor Stelmach from Turner Brown, Julian Fresnelli from Eli Christian, Angelina Simmons from Asher Osteen, Noah Antonsen from Elliot Spaktov, Seveloda Sachislavsky locks out the top 20, dropping 10 places. Melka Millel finishes in 21st place ahead of Gregor Callis, Diego Perez from Billy Van Straven, and Frederick Flood Ender Bretson. Libor Vlasak finishing in 22nd, ahead of Hampus Holmberg and Magnus Morsch. Marshall Sebo and William Kim round out the top 30, with Kalesia, Viapiano and Max Lacroix all retiring at the end of that race. For Martin Bertolacini though, job done. That is a race win on the board. And that is a good job from him. And he will step up into 8th in the intermediate classifications with that one. Here's a look at the highlights from it. Well, at the very start of it, Turner Brown, understandably, not going to be too happy. Squeezed out wide at the start, and then so was half the field with the OK Juniors grass-cutting service there at turn number 2. And another angle of it here as they exit through. There was Turner Brown just getting squeezed, and then all of a sudden, yeah, 3, 4 wide, or a bit of a skywards moment there, and a Constantine effect. Everyone thinking, right, I'm not going to be able to take the corner. We all have to avoid that drama there. Everyone's still seemingly fine at the front end of the field. At the end of the first lap, Martin Bertolacini into the lead of the race right at the start of that first opening lap. Once again, Valerio Viapiano did have a good start to his race. There was the dramatic moment there for William Kim in towards turn number 7. Talk about going in pedal to the metal and skyward, so I'm thankfully okay. And no real drama there. Everyone actually seemingly able to carry on from that incident. No damage to report. All three of those retirements came at the very end of the race, all at the same time. More overtakes happening thick and fast. This was Valeria Villapiana again on the charge through. This was at the halfway point of the race. Big sends to the inside as well. We saw Oskari Wale, who later got up into second place. We'll keep these replays on your screen. Let's head, though, down to Parc Fermé and to Guillaume Alvarez.
Thank you very much, Anthony. I'm here with Martin Bertolaccini, our first-time winner this weekend. Martin, ¿cómo estás? Congratulations. What a race, what a win. That's a beautiful way for you to finish the day. Now it all comes down to the final phase. What's the feeling at the end of the qualifying heats with that win in the pocket?
It's really exciting. We can do the start very good, and then we overtake Evan, and then go to the win.
Certainly go for the win. That will be the objective for you. Still, the last part of the weekend is left to go. Super heat first, then the final. Feeling confident? You want to give your 100% until the end?
Yeah, we go to the per-final. I don't know where to start, but we go to the first, and I can go to the final.
Now, one word maybe about the layout of Kristianstad, because very special, very fast, but technical. What have you learned through the course of the qualifying heat that you think, okay, maybe that I can use tomorrow to make a difference and make me even go stronger and faster?
For me, the last sector is very difficult, but I can go fast, and this is the secret.
Lovely, thank you very much, and best of luck for tomorrow. Super heat and one final remaining for you, and maybe some more great things coming your way as well for the last day of racing. But we're not done just yet, my dear Anthony. 2 more races to go, the last rotation for the juniors and the seniors before deciding the final grid for the super heat for Sunday morning.
Thank you very much, Guillaume Alvarez, indeed. We'll say 3 more races to go. Yes, indeed, 1 more OK senior race for groups A and F, and then the 2 for groups B and C that'll be heading up very, very soon. But we will take a short ad break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back with those last 3 races in just a moment. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage of the Champions of the Future Round 5 here at Kristianstad, Sweden. At the Awesome Ring circuit, we are down to our last 3 races of the day, as we'll be turning our attention to the senior group qualifying heat A versus F. That once again sees a lot of drivers choosing to go for a brand new set of tyres on the left-hand side and a switch of sides once again. For Kenzo Craigie, who has chosen to go to the outside, the even side of the grid for row number 1, forcing Keller on the inside line, now ahead of Jesse Phillips, and Kenzo Craigie ahead of Gino Rocchio going in towards turn number 1. A lot of tyres on board. Everyone apart from one driver with inside the top 8 has deployed a fresh set of tyres. That one driver is Daniel Kelleher. I believe he deployed his earlier on. And right now, Kenzo Craigie primed and ready at the sharp end of this field. But let's have a look at the drivers further back, because in that intermediate classification, of course, it is Lev Krutilov who leads the way ahead of Thibaut Ramekers. Ramekers is theoretically the points leader because he has, of course, the 200 points to his name. One more race to go for Thibaut. We'll see how he gets on. He'll be starting that one alongside Christian Kostoya, who currently sits third in the points. We go live on board with Kenzo Craigie for this one from pole position. I can report it was between Kenzo Craigie or Daniel Kelleher to have the onboard camera. They had to play a game of rock, paper, scissors to decide it, and unfortunately, Kenzo Craigie lost that battle and Kelleher told him, "You're having it." So there we go. That's why it sits on his car. Here we go then, the field head out onto the circuit, and it's Kenzo Craigie and Daniel Kelleher on row number 1, Jesse Phillips and Gino Rocchio on row 2, Peter Stiller and Victor Gustafsson go from row number 3, all of them by Daniel Kelleher. Fresh set of tyres on the left-hand side. Row number 4 sees Jacob Mikulev and Fastao Nardo, Vladimir Ivanikov and Sky Parker go from row number 5. Noah Wolf and Zach Drummond round out the 6th row of the grid. Parker, Ivanikov and Wolf all not deploying the tyres. Jensen Burnett and Zhang Jose on row 7 with Jakub Kamenek and James Anagnostiadis. Jorn Helder and Sana Z round out the first half of the grid, with only Zhang Jose choosing no tyres this time around.
On row number 10, we have Clark Kovalcic and Fred Sarix, as well as Thomas Boadier and Onigali. Row number 11, row number 12, Selamanier and Maria Netto. Then further back on row number 13, Makar Savalev, as well as Augustin Sepulveda. Row number 14, Filippo Sala and Daniel Picorni. Row number 15, François Cardal and Rodion Korjanov. Row number 16, Maximo Tovigino, Elias Lehmann. And at the back end of the grid, Jebeisen and Paul Andriotis on row number 17, and row number 18, Elias Hagen. And as mentioned, most of the drivers deciding to go for new slick tires for the last race of the day, the last qualifying heat, the most important one for those two groups, A versus F. This is the penultimate race of the OK Senior class. There will be one to go after this between the Group B and C. This will be the most decisive one for the getting the hands on the 2 pole positions up for grab. One for Superheat 1, one for Superheat number 2. And we have 2 good clients this time around. Kenzo Craigie, Daniel Kelleher. Craigie currently P6, Kelleher P4. Close on points. Anything will still change with Thibaut Ramekers and Christian Kostoya for the last one of the day later on.
Indeed. Here we go then into those tram lines. Revs race, lights out, we're racing. Down towards turn number 1, good start for Craigie. On the outside line this time, Gino Rocchio not able to get the whole shot in towards turn 1. Stays behind, contact in the chicane. Round goes an MP, round goes a Tony Kart. And unfortunately, I think one of those was Thomas Pradir. Unfortunately going around, and I think it was indeed, yep, Jorn Helder in the 220 going around, and that is absolutely disastrous for those two. Yep, out of the race, and Jorn Helder was caught out at the start of his previous race earlier on with Ella Hakkinen, so that's 2 starts to his racing. That seemingly Jorn Helder is just not getting the races in this weekend, and that might really scupper his chances of getting into those super heats.
Yeah, 2 DNF in a row, unfortunately for him, as in the meantime, Kenzo Craigie trying to resist from the return of Daniel Kelleher for the back, the 240, escaping already from the likes of Gigi Phillips, Gino Rocchio. A top 4 remain unscathed and unchanged at the end of this opening lap. For the back, we have Victor Gustafsson climbing up to P5. You can see the CRG driver putting the pressure on Gino Rocchio at the wheel of that Monster K machine. Gino Rocchio didn't have a welcome earlier. As on the inside goes the 263 on one of the VDKs. This is Noah Wolf on Peter Stella battling for P8. Peter Stella lost a place before those two got ahead of Zach Drummond and Sky Parker just behind. As Vladimir Ivanikov is in the mix as well, but Peter Stella a little bit shaken down. Watch out from any wheel banging and run the inside of turn number 12. Well, that's something we haven't seen that many times. A run in Kristianstad, and beautifully made by the 205 of Fusion. Well, Zach Drummond is waking up in his last race, getting ahead of Peter Stella and taking with him, James Agnanios Staris. Peter Stella dropped 2 positions into that last sector, down to 12 from Jensen Bennett and Sky Parker. No way to be seen as well. Sky Parker at some point, it was a little bit upper in the classification, dropped a couple of positions. So it's all to be done again.
Indeed, and there is Sky Parker now losing out to Jakub Kamenik, and another move down the inside there as well. Now, who is possibly that coming through? I think possibly Maria Neto getting the moves done, and now it's just seemingly it's a free-for-all here. Everyone is trying to get through now. Sepúlveda going through, and Zhang Jose, Sky Parker now tumbling down to 20th place. Eyes on this one here, though, and Jesse Phillips now gets ahead of Daniel Kelleher as they try to close in on Kenzo Craig. He was 1.1 seconds further up the road, but now they've closed the gap in. This will open it back up again. Kelleher back down the inside. Gino Rocchio trying to have a go, has to slot back into 4th place.
And it was very close to go for the move. Victor Gustafsson did that on Arnondo, but he's about to lose that place again on the Argentinian from DPK. And finds himself under the pressure, Gustafsson on Jakub Mikalev, one of the Car Republic drivers just further back. Now, all eyes on the battle for 2nd place with Kelleher, Phillips and Rocchio. That finds himself in the best position he's ever been so far this weekend in Kristianstad. And those actually are losing momentum on Kenzo Craigie. You can see different tire strategies being pulled by most drivers deciding to go for slick tires on the left side. And some of them, Daniel Kelleher, well, he's the only one within the top 7 positions not to be on fresh, slick tires now. So his life is going to get harder by the minute now, with Phillips and Rocchio harassing the Irish driver left and right around the inside of turn number 7, that is. Has no trouble whatsoever for Daniel Kelleher. Jesse Phillips fighting back and takes 2nd position. Watch out from the return of Rocchio, and Arnondo just behind as well. Those two waddle play, and look who's coming as well, knocking at the door, Victor Gustafsson. So we got ourselves a 5-driver battle within that same picture, sniffing around the inside, and it was very close, Gino Rocchio, to just make his way past. There was just no space for the door to open sufficiently. Let's see before that some of those turns, some of those attempts in this turn can prove certainly difficult and lead to a DNF, as Noah Wolf experienced it, by the way, in his previous race, but now he's going to have to wait maybe for another occasion coming his way. As 2 full seconds now, Kenzo Craigie and Jesse Phillips. That's the scenario certainly that the Prema driver had been expecting. A lot of battle behind him, and to leave him on his own planet to do the work and build a gap.
Indeed. Well, let's see if he can keep that momentum going. Big move down the inside. Well, that's 2 moves out of 2 at turn 12 now. That we have seen, and that is a huge send for Fastawanado, who sends it down the inside, and that is absolute drama there for the likes of James Anignosiadis as well. He tried to squeeze his way through and tumbled down there just that little bit. So Anignosiadis holds on to 7th place now as he tries to get past Victor Gustafsson. He's not going to be able to do so just yet, though. He's got quite a gap now that's opened up, but Gustafsson's got traffic in front. And crucially, Jakub Mikalev is just behind James Anignosiadis as well. So we'll keep a close eye on that as well. That's a huge lunge for James Anignosiadis down the inside of Gustafsson at turn number 9 and makes that move complete. That is nicely done. Gustafsson not able to retaliate there, Guillaume.
Yeah, and he's about to lose another place. Oh, look at them. Oh, banging wheels just slightly on the outside of turn number 14. But again, he's making his way past Jakub Mikalev on Gustafsson. The Swedish driver not so happy so far this weekend. It's fair to say that we've seen him mainly in KZ racing for the past 2 years. Let's take a look at the move on the inside. That was the first one that Victor Gustafsson was losing to the 248 of James Anignosiadis, and then Jakub Mikalev, another of the Car Republic machines, making his life a tiny bit harder than it certainly was expecting. The Swedish driver, 21 years of age, has he's been competing with great success over the years in KZ. Now helping out the CRJ brand in the direct drive classes, having a go at the OK class, and that did go kind of well earlier this year, winning in a European Championship in rugby. As we keep a close watch on the grid battle as well between the two Carroturi drivers there, 248 and 240. Ananya Stadis and Daniel Kelleher, with Ananya Stadis now making his way up to P5 for the Australian driver. And as you can see, all those moves here and there have an influence on the classification. As for now, Daniel Kelleher, currently P6 on the grid, finds himself in the lead, 1 point in front of Kenzo Craigie, your leader. As Kutuholov, that we've seen winning just before, down in third from GC Phillips. But keep in mind that this classification will again change with one last race to go. And having made some calculations, Tibor Ramakers and Christian Costoya 5th and 6th respectively. As for now, depending on the result, they need to fight at the forefront, and whatever happens, they will certainly finish as the leader of the classification, as Gustafsson seems to be in trouble once again.
Yeah, Drummond going for the move. The camera got away at the worst moment there as I went, ooh, and then it came back to it. But yes, that was a great move there from Zach Drummond through past Gustafsson. Jacob Mikulev, though, seemingly just that a little further up ahead. There is Jensen Burnett down the inside. He's now got through. Gustafsson here, he has got the fresh tyres on in this race here, Guillaume, but seemingly they're not working out for him. Adignosiadis down the inside of Gino Rocchio. Again, another massively late lunge there, down in towards turn number 9.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. That's the kind of move I would like to see here, and we've seen plenty of beautiful maneuvers that run the inside. Goes a 251 of Jacob Mikulev on Daniel Kelleher. Watch out! Teammates, same team, same brand. Just don't take each other out. That's the golden rule, especially not at the end of a long day of qualifying heat. As for now, just leave it to the superheat and the final. Not taking each other out, obviously, but the battles gloves off. Now it's about making it home. As run inside. Goes a 251 on Kelleher, on Jacob Mikulev, sorry, on Kelleher. As there was no resistance whatsoever from the Irish driver. Is aware of the importance of securing those results, even though that's racing on lap number 11. But it's about results, about securing the points and the starting position for the superheat, and maybe not so much about personal glory. Now, the 254 further back. This is one of the Birel. This is Vladimir Yanikov chasing Viktor Gustafsson. Gustafsson dropping to P10. Yanikov just behind him. As the gap just went from 2 full seconds to just the 1 between Kenzo Craigie and GC Phillips. We just let the leaders do their thing, considering the amount of tens of seconds that Kenzo Craigie had built for himself. But seems to me that he decided to lift it off a little bit to secure that win and not eating out his tires just too soon. And GC Phillips, the other way around, has been pushing quite a lot. Now, that might be a little bit late, unfortunately, as time is running out, and the British driver is going to have to make do with second. Yeah, indeed, at this moment in time, and that time very quickly running out. Of course, last lap board will be out this time to the field. As Big Sen down the inside there. Jacob Mikulev on Gino Rocchio. That came out of nowhere. Into that final corner. That is nicely done. Steps him up inside the top 5 now. A 2-place gain. That is good work for him, but something tells me that Gino Rocchio will not give that one up too easily. But he's not going for the move this time down to turn 4. But he does need to be careful because Daniel Kelleher is right there as well. He might also seemingly want to go for a move. Adignosiadis clear and dry at the front as, yes, Gino Rocchio now on the defensive is going to lose out to Daniel Kelleher. Now gets the switch and up and under. No, not this time around. Drummond's closed in now. He's going to want to have a go on this one as the rest of the field all piling through. Here, though, your race leader, Kenzo Craigie, is looking at a lead in the intermediate classifications by only 1 point from Daniel Kelleher. But with Kelleher, if he can get past, would take the lead. Craigie takes the win. Where is Daniel Kelleher? He crosses the line in 7th. He will not get that extra point he needed to take the lead of the intermediate classification. That goes to Kenzo Craigie with one more group to go in the OK category. Yeah, well done to Kenzo Craigie, picking up his 3rd win of the weekend. Will it be enough for him to secure the top position on the grid? He's done when he needed to. If it wasn't for that crazy race and slippery conditions that saw him finish all the way down in P20, well, he would have certainly maybe one more victory in the bag or more points to his tally. But as for now, 211 points will be the score that Kenzo Craigie has scored today. front of Daniel Kelleher at 2010 and Kudolahov for the moment at 207 from Phillips and Ramakers. That's your classification in full with Craigie, JC Phillips, Fausto Arnaldo, James Ananiostadis. Those fresh tires proved very useful with a 12th position gain. Jacob Mikalev down in P5 from Gino Rocchio, Daniel Kelleher, Zach Drummond, Jensen Burnett, Jacob Kamenik running up your top 10 from Victor Gustafsson, Vladimir Yanikov, Noah Wolf, Olin Gali, Clara Kovalcic, Sen Anzi, Peter Stella, Maria Neto, Senna Meunier, Augustin Sepulveda. P20, P21st is Paul Andreatis, another strong recovery, 13 places gained once again for the Swiss driver, as we have Filippo Saladon in 22nd from Sky Parker, Makar Savalev, Jiang Uzey, Rodian Djurjanov, Daniel Pocconi, Elias Hagen, François Kerdal, Fred Sarix, Yibei Sun, Maximo Tovigino, and Elias Lehmann, two drivers that we lost in the process of that race, Thomas Pradi and John Elder. Kenzo Craigie, once again, nothing to contest about his victory, the third one through the course of the qualifying heats. An impeccable start from pole position, being chased by JC Phillips and Daniel Kelleher in the first few corners of that opening lap. Mayhem happening at the chicane, unfortunately, with one of the CRGs, one of the MPs, sorry, John Helder, being tangled and leading to his DNF along with Thomas Pradier. In the meantime, on lap number 2, things were starting to heat off a little bit. Peter Stiller, unfortunately, didn't have the best of outcome, dropping all the way down to P16 after what had been a very difficult race for the 280. Dropping position after position, despite having shown some very interesting pace and scoring some good results through the course of his qualifying heats. In the meantime, Victor Gustafsson as well, having a bit of a hard life, chasing and being chased by some of the fusions out there. Zach Drummond being the one and getting ahead of the Swede, as others were making their own race in the meantime. The 344 fighting his way around. JC Phillips, that was a battle for the top positions against Daniel Kelleher, with the return as well of Gino Rocchio. The Monster K driver would finish in the end P6 at the checkered flag, as we had the recovery as well of one of the DPKs in Fausto Arnaldo. A good recovery as well, up to P3, 5 places gained for the Argentinian of the Spanish team. But Rocchio was still having a say into this race, despite opening a little bit that door to the DPK driver, Fausto Arnaldo. Arnaldo once again putting out another brilliant move on one of the car republics, tumbling down the order a little bit. Was Daniel Kelleher. At some point he thought he could finish within the top 3 and securing what could have been the overall provisional lead of the classification, but things started to go not the way of the Irish driver, finishing 7th in the end, as Gustafsson as well having a bit of a trouble, being overtaken by the 248 of James Ananiostadis, who was the man on form in the later stages of the race. A little bit of a battle side by side, but on the outside it was Jacob Mikalev who would have the upper hand on Victor Gustafsson on lap number 8. As we're gonna get ourselves ready for our next race. We keep watching the highlights, but before that, let's get down to the back permit with you, Anthony.
Thank you very much, Guillaume. I'm with our current points leader in the intermediate classifications, Kenzo Craigie, but only by 1 point ahead of Daniel Kelleher. But of course, one more race to go in the seniors. Kenzo, still been an excellent second half of the weekend for you, but I want to go back to yesterday a little bit. Cast your mind back, that first race, slick tyres, the rain coming down. That's been the Achilles heel that's put you in this position, but still, you have fought back brilliantly. Tell us your thoughts on that first race.
Yeah, we just struggled a bit when the rain came. I just don't think the chassis was suited to it, and yeah, for that we struggled. But you know, the rest of the week's been really good. We've come first in most of our races, a second in the one before this. So yeah, it's been really good so far.
Yeah, exactly. So cast that one behind you and think about what's all been achieved today. Brilliant results throughout. Great pacing yourself. You've been able to get to the front and drive away. Now, just to confirm the rumour of you had to play rock, paper, scissors to have the onboard camera on your car. Is that true?
Yeah, that is true.
You lost that bet and you had the camera and you still won the race. So clearly the camera's not bad luck, and that message goes out to every single driver in this paddock. It's not bad luck to have the onboard on. But Kenzo, great work from you. Obviously leading the points at the moment, but one more race to go and we'll see what happens at the outcome of that race. But for now, congratulations, and we'll see you out there tomorrow.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there for Kenzo Craigie. And with the rest of the seniors, like we say, 2 more races to go. Back over to you, Guillaume.
Thank you indeed, Anthony. 2 races to go, the most important ones for the B and C group in each of the classes. First of all, let's start with the juniors. 10 laps to go to the last one of the day before we get ourselves ready for the final phase of the weekend at Champions of the Future. Superheat and final tomorrow morning and tomorrow afternoon. Be there as well for the big finale of this year's season. But now, first of all, we need to have grids and we need them secure and confirmed. On the left side of your picture, the number 48 from Koski Motorsport, Michael McCoy. Brilliant run of races, 4 races so far, 4 wins to his name, is the current leader of the classification in the junior class, the top favorite to take overall pole position and 25 points for the championship, as he came to Kristianstad not fighting for the title, but after a brilliant win in rugby for the race before. So he's going to be starting from pole position with Dean Organdone by his side. Carl Nellegard and Manny Nivolini will be on row number 2. Row number 3, Andrea Mani and Alessandro Truscio. Then we are going to have further back on row number 4, Leonardo Gorski and Matev Dergunov, Manuel Niguez and Alexander Lazarus, Josh Mulder and Kazoe Dudowski on row number 6. Row number 7, we'll see Jack Salomonson and Janek Babicek. Row number 8, Drew Waltz and Maxim Bobrashov. Row number 9, Iskander Zulfikari and Luke Tal. A couple of drivers, most of them on the grid, deciding to go for slicks, as we have the row number 10, Eric Paulsen and Giamato Russo. Row 11, Egon Pedrotti and Rui Basire. Row number 12, Santiago Diaz de la Vega and Peter Mikes going for slicks, for new slicks, shall I be specific, as this has been the choice since the start of the day, but new rubber for this last race. And row number 13, Roland Nagy and Mika Renitz, Hugo Wen and Ruven Nelson on row number 14. Row number 15, Amelia Uzomirska and Gustavo Marquez da Silva. And at the back end on row 16, Matteo Masson and Ioannis Kolosov. And then Daniel Oliver Sanchez and Benjamin Manak on the last row of the grid. Now we do have everybody on board, and a lot of them for the final race deciding to go for fresh rubber. New Maxxis tires on the left side of the machines, just to try to give them a little bit of an extra performance to finish this day on a high. Interestingly, we have one of them, Matveev Gergunov, who's going to be starting from 8 on the grid, deciding to go for the right side with his new tires. So that's going to be an interesting information to keep in mind and to keep an eye on Matveev Dergunov, the right side with fresh, slick tires, while everybody just went as usual for the left, which is the side being put under the most pressure here through the 6 hairpins of the Asm Ring layout. No switch, no swap of pole positions. We're good to go for racing. First time of asking, the lights go out and they go green. So it's a good start and get away for Michael McCoy from pole position. Dean Organdone on the outside. Carl Nellegard going up into P2, thanks to the tow from P3. A little bit of a mayhem and wheel banging into the chicane, but a pretty good getaway outside of turn number 4. Into second place goes Carl Nellegard indeed at the wheel of that Tunicat machine. Once again, the inside line proved to be very interesting indeed on turn number 1, but he's about to lose that second place with the 56 of Dean Organdone. Trouble to start with his weekend, back at his pace, and he's about to try to certainly fight for the win to conclude what has been an up and down day of qualifying heat for him. He has 1 win to his name so far, Dean Organdone, that happened earlier today. Maybe another one just to finish it off, but he's going to have stronger position starting with McCoy. 4 wins to his name, as we said, for the Koski driver. If he goes for a clean sweep of 5 races out of 5, that will mean the maximum points in the championship, the lead of the classification as for now, and also the pole position at 250 points, the maximum you can take. That's always easier said than done, Anthony, because Nellegard is right there just to make his life a little bit harder than usual.
Yeah, certainly so, and keeping a close eye on all of this one. I'm loving the nose cone here on Michael McCoy's. Every time he goes into a corner, it's sort of the buffeting of the nose as down the inside. There, Carl Nellegard gets through into the race lead. And this is exactly what we saw earlier on from him, but a bit later on in the race. This is a lot sooner into the race in going for it. There is a look at the intermediate classifications as it stands. Michael McCoy now losing 1 or 2 points there, but still in the lead of the intermediate classifications. A nice run for him. Emiliano Hernandez still looking strong. This, though, still fighting away. Leonardo Gorski in that MP has got Manuel Miguez just behind. You can see the rest of the points there on your screen. They've not changed positions at all just yet, but they have increased in the moment. This is Gorski and Miguez. Andrea Mani just behind as well, and they've got Jus Mulder for company just behind. Jus Mulder is going to go for the ultimate switchover and, well, gets on the outside line. He tries to squeeze the door closed. Oh, it wasn't going to work. Andrea Mani kept his nose in there. And now Waltz is going to close in. Drew Waltz in the 57 machine gets involved in that fight, and he brings along Alessandro Truchot, Manny Nuvolini, and Iskender Sulfakari. And Sulfakari's on a 6th place gain right now, so he would certainly like to capitalise on gaining a fair few more just ahead of him. Nellegard in the lead of this race. McGoy from Hugendorn, Gorski, Miguez, and Manny still line astern, but eyes on the front runners here. McGoy has not dropped off the back at all.
As you can see, the top 9 drivers have all decided to go for fresh rubber on the left side. Unlike Manny Nuvolini down in 10th place, that might explain as well. He just lost 6th position, maybe not feeling as confident as you might imagine with his used set of tires that have been put under a lot of stress through the course of qualifying practice and qualifying heats since yesterday. Now, let's see if the next couple of laps will prove us wrong, as all eyes on the battle. Nellegard, who is not fighting currently for a position within the top 8 as it stands, but it's not a reason not to give your 110% into that last race to try to pick up what's left of a difficult day for him. Currently out of the top 8, but McCoy and Dean Orgendorn, if he stays like it is, Orgendorn is nowhere to be seen within the top 8 position either, as we have a warning flag and a 5-second penalty for Manny, the 67, and for the incident that we've seen. As run inside goes McCoy. There's a change for the lead on lap number 5, halfway through. No resistance whatsoever for Nellegard. I do wonder now, he's doing his own race, building his own faith into that weekend, not getting involved. I do wonder, of course, he's going to try to go for the move once again for the lead. But to what point will he make do with 2nd place? And as I said, Dean Orgendorn, saw the gap. And you might have seen the gesture saying to Nellegard, think, drive with your foot down to the metal, but with your head as well. This race is not over just yet. It's about a win. It's about working together. Let's try to make it happen.
Yeah, indeed. Keep a close eye on these 3, because this fight certainly isn't over yet. And McGoy checking over the shoulder. That's a sign of weakness, says Dean Hugendorn as he goes for the move down the inside. And Dean Hugendorn takes the lead away, but now Gorski, Miguez, Manny, they've all closed in. It's a large group of drivers from first all the way down to P5 as off the circuit. There is that Miguez, the 47 it is. Manuel Miguez gets spat out at turn number 11 and tumbles down the order. He glances the tyre wall. Now he's going to get loaded in towards the final corner there as well. That's gone terribly wrong. That's Dukowski going through. He's gone from 4th down to 16th place in the space of only a couple of corners. Disastrous.
Yeah, totally disastrous to finish his day of racing here at Kristianstad. Won't help his level of confidence. Turning Babicek in the meantime, pulling the fastest lap in the race, and another switch for the lead. McCoy run inside, and this time around is able to shut that door on the way to turn number 8 and 9, that is, and picking up once again the lead in front of Dean van Angendorn. But as they do that, as they keep on switching those positions, they lose time, and that allows Gorski and Nellegard as well. Gorski, who just made his way past, and again picking up another place up to 2nd. So the MP driver really on the chart, is about to try to close that door on the way to turn number 1. That was going to be a close call. 3 wide almost into the chicane, and Dean Orgendorn is pushing Nellegard out of the racing lines. Pushing is not the word, but there was no way, no other space around for the driver to go through those racing lines, so he had to cut the grass.
Yeah, that's a big moment there for Carl Nellegard, who just keeps control of his kart there over the curb, but now he's been swamped by the pack. He's going wheel to wheel with Alessandro Truchot now here, as he's got the likes of Drew Waltz there as well to push his way through. But eyes on this, still a close fight for the top runners. McGoy now clear by 9/10 of a second from Leonardo Gorski. Just Mulder as down the inside. Andrea Manni, who has picked up a 5-second time penalty in this race, remember, is still trying to hold off that attack. Some of the Falcon Sweden teams there, I think that's Jack Salomonson in the background, is now fighting away with Carl Nellegard, and both the Swedes, I think, gesticulating to each other as off the track is Denny Babacek. The Teps Racing driver is out of this race, and that is a disaster for him because he was running very well over the course of this weekend, and not the way he wants to end his last race of the weekend.
Yeah, what a shame for the younger brother of the Babikova sisters, the family racing team as well. Teps Racing, part of the international karting scene for quite a few seasons now. Quite a shame for Czech Babicek. Let's take another look at what happened there. This is one of the CRGN as a result.
Manuel Marquez,
yeah. And he was touched from behind by one of the World Racing driver. By the look of it, it happened a little bit earlier into that race. Could have been Yubo Wen, but I'm not too sure. Or
no,
maybe
I think it was Carl Nellegard, at that point of the race. And that was Dean Hugendorn going through. Carl Nellegard again over the grass. He just got tumbled down the order from that stage as, oh dear, Peter Mikes again out of the race. And that's a big shame for him. That's another retirement out there on the circuit. And just as we were watching it, more drama's unfolding at the same corner where Peter Mikes is being rescued out of the race is the 76. And going no further, Alessandro Tuscio out of the race. That is suboptimal at that stage. But out of the final corner, on the final lap, Michael McGoy will secure pole position and 25 championship points for tomorrow's Superheats. It will be Emiliano Hernandez who will secure pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow. McGoy will be joined by Baglin, and, well, Hernandez will be joined by, I believe it's Devon Waltz. It's just D Waltz on my screen, but I believe it is Devon Waltz who will be joining him alongside there. Drew Waltz in this one, currently finishing this in 6th place on a 9-place gain, but I don't believe it is the Waltz I'm thinking about in this one, but still a solid drive for Michael McGoy. That is how you do it, says the American. 25 championship points, 250 intermediate classification points, secures pole position for the Superheat tomorrow. Gorski from Mulder, Andrea Manni from Zulfikari, Drew Waltz and Carl Nellegard, Jack Solomonson finishing there in 8th place. Had a Manny Nuvolini and Dean Hugendorn rounding out the top 10. Alexander Lazarus from Manuel Maguez, Louis Bazare from Dukoski, Luke Tal from Rousseau, Bob Rajov from Agnac, Durganov from Paulson, Wenyabu from Nagy, Diaz de la Vega, Marquez, De Silva from Runitz, Nilsson from Prodrotti, Kolovos from Messon, Vishamirska from Oliver. The retirements, Truchot, Babacek and Peter Mikes out of the race. But there on your screen, Michael McGoy from the USA takes 25 championship points and will start on pole position for Superheat A tomorrow alongside Noah Baglin. Here's how it all transpired then with the race replays. Great getaway for McGoy initially at the start of that race. A little bit of drama in the background with everyone trying to squeeze their way through. 1 or 2 karts having to take to the grass at the start of the race. Carl Nellegard, though, of Sweden, managing to get himself up into the race lead in those early stages. Michael McGoy would fight back later on in the race. That was the moment for Just Mulder clattering the side there of Andrea Manni, who would later drop down to 15th place and pick up a warning flag for causing a collision. This was the moment again where McGoy took back the lead from Carl Nellegard. Dean Hugendorn later doing the same. He would get the move down the inside at turn number 14, pushing his way up to 2nd place. It was when We tried to go for the attack here on Michael McGoy. That really started to kick off. Karl Nellegård again trying to go through, but then they brought in the likes of Leonardo Gorski. This is the moment that Nellegård was squeezed out of the pack. Contact with Manuel Miguez put him to the wall. Later, we would see Nellegård go wide at turn number 1 and 2 in dramatic fashion. You can see at that point there that Miguez was then put into a tricky situation as Xavier Dukovsky pushing his way through. This is how Nellegård got squeezed out wide. It's going to Sofakari down the inside. And later we saw how that drama unfolded. Michael McGoy back to the lead on lap number 7 out of 10. Dean Hugendorn unable to do anything at the end of that race. Dean Hugendorn going from the lead down to 9th place. Absolutely dramatic end to his race on this one. It's Gorski down the inside. Nellegård going alongside with him as they headed down 3 wide in towards turn number 1. And this might give us an inkling of how it all went along the way. And you can see how Hugendorn was on the inside line here and just squeezes Karl Nellegård off the circuit. We'll leave these replays on your screen, but let's head down to Parc Fermé and to Guillaume Alvarez.
Thank you very much, Anthony. With Michael McGoy. Michael, 5 races since yesterday and 5 wins. The maximum points in the championship, the pole position for tomorrow. It doesn't get better than that. Congratulations. What's your feeling right now?
I mean, that's a lot of confidence going into the final and the pre-final. I'll be starting on pole, so if I can get like a good gap in the first lap, then I think I can get away.
Well, from our distance, it looked fairly easy, but it's never easy on track, is it? Especially on a layout like that, providing a lot of overtaking opportunities. This last run proved that up until the last race, the final, that's going to be certainly not an easy battle.
Yeah, I mean, every good driver splits off into different heats. Here was a lot better drivers. I'm a lot slower in the beginning, faster in the end, so I get past in the beginning, and I passed Dean with like 3 to go, and just they fought behind, and I got perfect gap.
The perfect gap and the perfect job. Just 2 more races to go, the Super 8 and the final, just to finish that weekend on a high. You did that last time out in Rod B, so maybe why not in that big finale of Champions of the Future. Well done to you, and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miguel McGoy, the man on form, the man of the hour in the class. But as we said, the final phase is coming up tomorrow with the Super 8 and the final, so it's all still open to play with. But Michael McGoy has proved that it will be one to watch up until the end in Kristianstad. Back over to you, Anthony.
Thank you very much, Guillaume Alvarez down there. Yes, indeed, a very close end there, but Michael McGoy securing pole position for Superheat 1. 1 more race to go. We're going to take a short ad break. Don't go anywhere. The final race of the day, Senior OK, B and C, is coming up next.
It makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, created for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Minerva has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
The last race of the day is upon us. We'll see Senior OK Groups B and C head out onto the circuit, and this is going to be an important one. The front row of the grid sees Christian Kostoja and Thibaut Ramekers. Both these drivers are in a sharp end of the field. There is Sebastian Mins doing Sebastian Mins things to the front of the camera there on the grid. He'll be starting this one a little further down, but still brilliant stuff for Ramekers and Kostoja. Good results over the course of this weekend, but they sit at this moment with 200 points for Ramekers, 188 for Christian Kostoja. Their challenge is to close into Kenzo Craig's 211 and Daniel Kelleher's 210. In the grand scheme of points from starting on the front row, if they stayed first and second, easily done, and they will make the jump, and either one of these two drivers could start on pole position for either Superheat 1 or Superheat 2 tomorrow for those races. We look forward to seeing what they can do. Talk of tyres, everyone in the top 6 rows has deployed fresh tyres. Everyone is in the same boat in that aspect. The only driver inside the top 8 rows who has not deployed them or deployed them earlier on was Joel Pokela and Luna Flusha, who did deploy them earlier on the 9th row of the grid. Everyone else in and around the top 9 rows has deployed fresh tyres. So there's going to be a big push here from a lot of the drivers. Everyone who's at the back of the grid deployed those tyres earlier on, and unfortunately won't have the legs on the rest of the field here to do some work. As there we go, got a camera full of Ricky Flynn, motorsport mechanic. Engines fire up, drivers make their way out onto the circuit. Let's take you through doubtful starting lineup for the last race of the day. Christian Costora and Thibaut Ramekers on the front row of the grid. Oliver Kinmark and Mariano Lopez on row 2. Louis Cochet and Roman Cabiab block out row number 3. Luke Cornder and Scott Marsh go from row 4. Chiara Batig and Davide Bataro. Matthew Higgins and Toby Gale lock out the top 6 rows, all of them. Fresh tyres on the left-hand side. Row 7, Joel Pokela, no fresh tyres on board. That will start alongside Phil Masvan, who has. Row 8 is Sebastiano Pavan and Simon Bulbarella, both fresh tyres. Row 9, Joe Turney, fresh tyres on the left-hand side. Luna Flusha deployed her set earlier on.
Then we have row number 10, Jutta de Trosha and Hella Hakkinen. De Trosha with a fresh set of tyres as well. Row number 11, Ashton Sharp and Dean Pedersen. Tilianos Colossus and Hugo Marti. Most of them as well, apart from Colossus, with new slick tyres. Row number 13, Oliver Rasmussen, as well as Karl Lulard, Sebastian Elin and Sebastian Mins on row number 14. Row number 15, Vanessa Silconetti and Efim Durinov. Back end, Mathis Ometre, Roberto Renato Sarghetta, Christian Mosiman and Nawin Nati Fanon on the row number 17. And no one has still any new slick tyres left at the back end of the grid, unlike what we can see at the forefront, where within the top 16, all drivers but one, Joel Pohola, who did it before, have decided to go for fresh sets of tyres. Well, bon appetit to one of our fans watching along there and having a bit of a snack at the end of the day. It's been a long day for everybody, and if you are not with us just yet this weekend, I do believe that you might actually want to join us tomorrow, because there's some delicious food being sold here on the Asium Ring. Some Spanish churros and some delicious Belgian waffles, of which I've had the smell in the paddock through the course of the weekend. So you might want to have a taste and join us for Sunday.
Do me a favour, Gail. Can you say Belgian waffle again, please?
Okay, just for you there, Anthony. Belgian waffle.
Thank you. That's quite funny. Right, here we go. Didn't do it as well as you did last time. Here we go. We're racing. No, we're not. We're going around again. There we go. That's probably good, because we were not focused whatsoever on the start of that race. Right, yes. This, like we were mentioning earlier on, is still an important one here. Now, Daniel Kelleher has now got 212 points. According to my screen. Kenzo Craig with 211. Now, there must have been something that happened in that previous race that has meant that Kelleher has gained a couple more points, actually, in that one, which means we'll look back at that one. Guillaume is doing that now in that previous race, because Kelleher was, at the end of the race, behind on points. So someone in between Craigie and Kelleher in that race got a penalty.
I'm not racing. It's because Sire playing games again. Just the pole man, please, Ben.
There you go. Martin Bean not happy there, and sending them round again. What have you ascertained there from that previous race?
Yeah, Jacob Mikalev picked up a 5-second penalty, dropping him all the way down to P10, and he was actually P5, just in front of Daniel Kelleher, who gained 1 position as a result. To be confirmed, but that's what I can see from the result of the previous race.
Okay, so that means we're going to see a very interesting scenario here. Right, we are racing this time around, and oh my, Timo Ramekers got caught sleeping there. He's tumbled down the order as Costoya takes the lead of the race. Watch them through the chicane. Oh, a little bit feisty, but everyone gets through. Kostoya in the lead, though. Thibaut Ramakers has tumbled to around about 7th place.
Oh my God, certainly not the start he had certainly foreseen in his head. What just happened? And I need to see that again for Thibaut Ramakers, but the worst of the starts, even though he had might have been sufficient gap for him to finish still within the top 3 or even in the leading position, depending where he will finish on this one, but certainly not the start that we expect the Belgian to take. And that's opened the door for Christian Kostoya and the rest of the pack making their way past. Up into second place is Oliver Kinmark, who couldn't ask for a better situation. Ramakers is down there looking over the shoulder and is about maybe to lose another place, because look at Matthew Higgins at the wheel of that energy machine into the chicane. Putting Ramakers under intense pressure down into the breaking point. Ramakers resists and fights back, take a position instead of losing one. Mariano Lopez is the first one to unfortunately drop a place with the Belgian passing through. Ramakers up to P6 behind Le Conde, Karabatig, Louis Gauchet, Kinmark and Kostoya. What a start for Karabatig, 5 places gain, and she's currently P4.
Yeah, indeed. Oh, a little bit of a twitch there, and Mariano Lopez just seemingly trying to keep control of the wagon right now. Right, points. Guillaume, Malad, Kostoya 238, Ramakers 232, Kinmark 214, Keller and Craigie tumble to 4th and 5th in the points. Louis Cochet goes up to 8th on the start-finish line. That's an incredible accident on the start-finish line, and my goodness me, was that Higgins into the barrier? It was the 345. The Briton on the start-finish straight makes incredible contact with that one. Your Pokela is off the track as well.
Red flag.
And the red flag has come out. There is your Pokela. He's out of his cart. But Matthew Higgins had taken an incredible hit there. And that is not what you want to see at all. The red flag is out. They will stop these drivers before that one. But that is an absurd, absurd scene on the start-finish straight. There is Scott Marsh walking away. And he's on his feet. There's a Pantano there into the wall as well. And that's Sebastiana Pavan. So that is incredible scenes. Not sure if Mariano Lopez there was part of that. He's not come through my screen either. And that is a big, big moment there on the start-finish straight. And obviously we do hope that all drivers there involved are okay. But that is a scary moment on the start-finish straight. That at the moment, marshals and medical crews are on scene on the start-finish. Now, that was lap number 3 of that race. I think we are over the threshold of a full race restart on this one. You know, when that comes around, of course, these drivers will, of course, be waiting for, I can imagine, quite some time. The mechanics heading to the driver's aid at the moment as well, who are on the start-finish straight. But a very scary moment there involving all the drivers. And as and when we get information, we will try and get it to you. But main drivers involved in that one, Matthew Higgins on the start-finish straight. That's hopefully he is okay, but he is with some of the best marshals and medical crews in Sweden. But right now, the rest of the field seemingly now in a state of waiting to see what happens. At that point, Kostoya was in the lead of the race. And like we were saying, we were on lap number 3. Something tells me there is going to be an almighty wait on this one. What we will do in that meantime then, we will take a pause in proceedings. We'll let the crews go to work, and we'll be back in a moment for hopefully a restart of qualifying heat B versus C. Don't go anywhere.
Aaron Martin, just to let you know, he's okay, the driver at the moment.
No, I've just had it come through in my ears just as we came slight there, that we've had the report that he is okay. that Matthew Higgins is all good. We've had that report. He is still being seen, but he is okay and talking, which is fabulous, fabulous news. Guillaume, that's a scary moment, of course, in the world of karting. An accident on a start-finish straight at one of the fastest parts. I mean, these seniors, they're topping out at 125 kilometers an hour at that point of the lap. And yeah, that was an almighty scary moment there.
That was a scary moment, and we didn't see it coming, actually, because let's see if we can we'll, look at it back or not. But that was a very scary one indeed, as it happened so fast. And I think that there was a bit of a misunderstanding with Matthew Higgins, and I can't remember who the other driver by his side was, but they were gesticulating to one another, as you can see here. The 231, the other driver who got involved in the incident, at least having to go to a stop as well. And this is the 231 in this one, somewhere onto the track. This is Cost Marsh, actually, from DPK, who is currently in P14, but not on the line. He's currently on the inside of turn number 6 on the other side of the circuit. But yeah, there was a bit of a misunderstanding by the look of it, as the two drivers were very quickly talking to one another, to you know, the usual driver talk, while you try to work your way towards to the upper part of the classification. And at some point, yeah, gesturing just slightly side by side onto the start-finish straight, and then somehow the wheels got tangled together, and the wheels touched, and Matthew Higgins was just sent into a very, very scary spin. On the just facing the wall of the marshals there, but is good and talking, so that's the first positive news. But yeah, very, very strange incident.
Well, something that you could take away from this one, he was side by side at that moment with Roman Kamyab. That was the driver who was alongside. There was a bit of a communication between the two of them, and I think at that point, and there was a bit of a moment. We have had reports that the driver, Matthew Higgins, is okay. That is what we can confirm. Matthew Higgins is okay. And with that, I think we will take a moment. Yeah, he's up, he's talking, he's communicating, and yeah, the medical crew's now giving him thumbs up and everything like that. I think we'll take this opportunity then to see what exactly unfolded there. And I can see that Matthew Higgins is up on his feet. That is an incredible scene, and a smile on his face to boot as well. And I'm sure a story to tell. There is Matthew, and my goodness me, what can we say for that one? It's definitely clear that I think he's got a problem with his arm, but he is okay. That's the main thing. And yeah, you can see a bit of bruising there on the arm. While we know that, let's take a look at how that actually happened, because, like I say, he was alongside, and
you can see Mike Panigada from the founder of Energy Corsi by the side of his driver. He was the first on the scene.
Yeah, let's have a look at how that happened. Okay, so Higgins has gone down the inside of the Fusion car. That move is done and dusted. It's when he's alongside Roman Kamyab here. So he talks to Kamyab. He says, right, let's go. Kamyab then, the car spears. That steering wheel turned. And that all happened from that, and I can't put a finger on that as to why that would have happened, but you can see he's just at this moment, yeah, they've communicated, looks, the steering wheel turns.
Yeah, different angles and different contact as well, but scary incident, that's for sure. It was going against the marshal's wall, but he's talking and on his feet, a little bit of a bruise on the on the arm by the look of it, but as you can see now, is even smiling to Mike Panigada, and already discussing about what happened there. But in the heat of the moment, in the split of a second, we all had a bit of a scare as of what happened there between Roman Kamyab and Matthew Higgins, and another Fusion Motorsport driver just got hit there as a result of that. The Energy driver going for a very fast spin there, and unusual to see incidents at such a high speed in the start-finish straight, as For now, as you can see, still a lot of talk onto the grid. Drivers are lined up waiting for the decision of the race director and the officials. And there's a lot of talk on the grid as well. As you suggested, Anthony, we might actually be on the go for another full starting procedure. It remains to be confirmed at this point. At this point in time, we don't have the information, as the officials, as you can see, are still discussing about the best way to carry on with the procedures there. But one thing is for sure is that, yeah, that was an unusual, scary incident, but all parties involved got away safe and sound, and we'll keep you updated when it comes to Matthew Higgins about his harm as soon as we have further information. As you can see now, Martin Bean on the right side discussing with the officials and the part of the RGMMC crew responsible for the live timing and timekeeping of the champions of the future Euro Series. And already some of the mechanics trying to get some information ahead of the others, but everybody has to wait in line. That's part of the rule.
They do indeed. And while we do that, we are going to take a short break while this all gets squared away. We will see you in a few minutes' time. Don't go there.
It makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, cater for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Minerva has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As we've been informed that the starting procedure will be starting in line. So there will be a 15-minute repair window open by the officials of the series, which means that within the next 15 minutes, the drivers and the mechanics will be allowed to work on the machine and to get all the drivers in line. So that means that the race will get back on track in the course of a few minutes. But before that, some drivers who got unlucky and got tangled into the first few lap incidents will be authorized to make the necessary repairs within a designed area. And this is close by, so all the mechanics and drivers will be busy into the Parc Fermé before making their way back onto the grid, and all drivers will be kept in line, and we will go again for warm-up laps and start with the current classification as it is. As you can see now, this is what happened. This is why we have a red flag. Misunderstanding between Roman Kabiab on the left side and Matthew Higgins on the right. The wheels banging, touching at high speed. And this is the moment where those two were not supposed to touch at those high speeds, and Matthew Higgins was sent into a fast and very scary spin against the wall of the officials. He wasn't the only one involved into that scary incident with one of the fusions, and one of the Charles Leclerc as well on the left side had nowhere else to go, and the Charles Leclerc driver, the 321 that was involved there, it was Joel Pajola that found himself onto the grass. But the good news is that not only Joel Pajola, a little bit of a discomfort, but also, that's what we like to see, Matthew Higgins is on his feet, talking, smiling, with a little bit of a bruise and discomfort on his right arm, as the officials and the doctor of the series were all very fast to make their way onto the scene to help the drivers in the discomfort. But all parties involved are safe and sound. But now we're going to have to wait a couple of more minutes for everybody to get back into shape with the machine and get lined up onto the track. So we're going to take another short break. Stay with us, because we have one more race to go for the OK Senior, and this is the most important one, because it will decide who will start on pole position and who will take the 25 points for the championship. So it's all open when it comes to the battle for the title, but the broadcast will resume soon. Stay with us for the last showdown of the day.
for a moment. Break. Break.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage of the Champions of the Future Round 5 here in Kristianstad. We're on the last race of the day. OK, qualifying Heat B versus C, which is at the moment still under red flag conditions, as we are looking for a race restart for that final race of the day. Now, the red flag came out on lap number 3, which means we don't see a full race restart. It will be a single file rolling start, with obviously we've just had a 15-minute repair window for a lot of those karts that were caught out of a driver. But right now, we have seen many things. This is one of them, and this is that incident that brought out the red flag. Matthew Higgins and Roman Kamiab line astern and side by side here. Higgins communicates, let's go. Kamiab, I honestly, I don't know what to say to that. The steering wheel turns. There's no way about it. You can see it. And you can see how they're both going in a straight line at this point. The kart veers and contact is made. And thankfully, all drivers involved in that one are okay. Matthew Higgins, who was in the energy course, has been taken to hospital for, of course, precautionary checks to make sure all is okay. Your Pocolo, of course, as well, got quite a heavy hit there also. In the banking on that start-finish straight, but it's never a nice moment. Commentating on karting is always a fabulous thing to do, but when you see incidents like that happen in front of you, it is a hard pill to swallow. And thankfully, all the drivers are okay in that one, and of course, this race will get restarted, but you know, it is that constant reminder to drivers and marshals on the sideline, of course, of the risks that they play in this sport. Motorsport is dangerous. It is one of those. It will never not be dangerous, no matter what discipline that you race in, be it the slowest thing in the world to the fastest thing in the world. Motorsport is always dangerous, and the main thing that we can take away that one is thankfully that all the drivers involved are okay, and we will see a race restart on this one. Like we were mentioning, of course, the single file restart after that 15-minute repair window, and a lot of the drivers, you would have seen it on the live feed while we were away, and Scott Marsh's kart, which had a bent axle, the valiant effort from his mechanic to try and get that restarted. It started with the Allen keys to loosen the axle. It then brought out the hammer. The hammer failed, then brought out the angle grinder. After using the angle grinder for 3 minutes, he was then put safety goggles on. Then he continued with the hammer, and I don't know if Scott Marsh's kart is on that grid. If it is, that's an incredible effort from his mechanic. If it isn't, it's an understandable
I think
moment on that one.
There
and
in the back there, you cannot see it, but
yeah, I can see there is a DPK down there.
Yeah, that might be it, or it was taken away back to the 10th already. As you can see, Martin Bean, our race director, is the one giving the signal. Get those engines going again. The green flag is waving. That's a sign that the track is clear again. And thank you for sticking with us and waiting for this last race of the day, ladies and gentlemen, as this is the most important of all the qualifying heats of the day. And unfortunate incidents kept us waiting a little bit in the wings, but now seems to be good to go for the last 10 laps for this last race of the day. 18 qualifying heats today, 12 yesterday, 30 in total. And still, we don't have a ball sitter when it comes to the first heat for tomorrow in the senior class. That will be decided at the end of this last showdown.
Yes, indeed. Now,
Martin Ben starts slowing them down at post 5 and 6. Slow them down all the way round. Want to go first time.
There we go. Martin Bean just securing that they are going slow for this single file restart. And yes, indeed, great work from the marshals over the course of this weekend to help keep the drivers as safe as humanly possible and keep them within the white lines on that circuit as well. Right, can confirm then that drivers who have not retaken to the circuit, Roman Kamiab, Matthew Higgins, Joel Pocolo and Scott Marsh, have not restarted this race. and it will be a single file restart, which will have Kristian Kostoja at the front of the field for this restart, as he's bolted very early on, and the lights are going green. Are we racing? Yes, we are. Down in towards turn number 1. It is a good start then for Kostoja, who breaks away at the front, seemingly unaware that the rest of the field there, Kinmark, was caught just that little bit sleeping on that restart. Louis Cochet is there in 3rd place. There, though, Thibaut Ramekers, who in the initial race start didn't have a good getaway. He is there back in 5th place as the top 4 have already started to break away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, first train indeed, as Ramekers is just in the middle of those 2 trains. Let's see what he can do, if he can get close to the upper part, and the leaders to join the party out of the number 10. We are good to go. Racing is on once again. Kostoja, Kinmark, Cochet, Batig, Ramekers, Turney. 11 places gained before the red flag for the British driver. You can see him down as the battle is already taking another turn. A heated turn. Ramekers on Karabatig. The Swiss driver lost a bit of momentum on the outside of that last hairpin that allows the Belgian driver in. And he takes 4th place. Batig down in 5th under the pressure of Joe Turney. The last year's European champion in a bit of a trouble since the start of the weekend, having climbed through the field at every of his qualifying heat. He's doing the same, just won this one last time. Karabatig will be the one resisting certainly, but the Ramekers back in contention. Louis Cochet should be next. The Frenchman will give him a hard time, that's for sure. And confirmation of Roman Kamiab, black flag, nowhere to be seen again on the track for this race.
He didn't take the restart. Yeah, he wasn't given that opportunity to do so. So he's out of this race. Lopez tumbling down the order is down the inside. Joe Turney making the moves on Chiara Batig, stepping up into 5th place now as they head down in towards turn number 1. Joe Turney looking very strong at this stage of the weekend. Has actually looked very strong over the course of the weekend. Apart from that time qualifying mishap, he has been consistent and pushing his way through the order. There, Kostoja is in the lead. He is joint on points at the moment with Thibaut Ramekers, both of them on 238. Ramekers needs 1 more position, and he would take the lead of the intermediate classification, take the 25 championship points away from Kostoja, and have pole position for Superheat 1, and would squeeze Kostoja down to pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow.
Yeah, the mission is on for Thibaut Ramekers. Next up, Louis Cochet, the French driver from Victory Lane, has 0.2 of a second as splitting still Kostoja and Kinmark. Kristian Kostoja, this year's European champion for the first time in that class, through the course of his first 4 qualifying heats, has been absolutely impeccable, really building on his wins with strong and imposing gaps every time. But this time around, the opposition seems to be in a way better shape as run inside. There goes Thibaut Ramekers on Louis Cochet. Ramekers up into P3 on the inside of turn number 7. So let's see if the Belgian will be able to catch up and make the contact first with Kinmark and give the chase to Kristian Kostoja. That's the battle we had been expecting. That's the duel that has been building through the qualifying heats up to this one. A little bit of an appetizer for things to come tomorrow. We're on the inside goes Joe Turney. The British driver, after Chiara Batig, was able to make it stick for the 2nd victory driver in a row. And we see now the British driver up to P4.
Indeed, a nice change of positions there, and he's got a nice gap to the rest of him in front as Chiara Batig really getting the elbows out on a fellow teammate. And yes, indeed, utilising that error and stepping up now into 5th place. Turney now has a really good chance of closing in on Ramekers, who has now taken the lead of the intermediate classification. Joe Turney now could decide who starts on pole for Superheat 1 tomorrow, and this is quite interesting because all he cares about is getting as many places as he can.
Yeah, definitely so, because at this point he's nowhere to be seen within the top 8. Joe Turney, difficult qualifying, great recoveries all throughout, but it will be still one to watch coming to the Superheat and the final. We've been used to see Joe Turney fighting his way through the races at most of his race weekends, and waiting for the last 2 or the final to deliver its full force. But now Ramekers and Turney battle once again. Those two have been fighting each other in the OK class for quite a while now. And a confirmation of the pace of the British driver, fastest lap in this one, 50.1. As run the inside, this is a little bit further back behind one of the Iron Dames. The battle between the car republics with Jatra de Trosha as well as Dean Pedersen, as we had Aston Sharp as well as Luna Flusha. She was the one just in front, making her way past both the Trosha and Dean Pedersen by the look of it. So Luna Flusha up to P14 as it is. Confirmation on the left side, Pedersen and the Trosha just behind. Ella Hakkinen still with us. Not the best of luck for the daughter of two-time F1 world champion Mika Hakkinen, but she's still doing the job now, climbing 3 places up to 17 from Hedin, Sebastian Hedin, Lopez, Rasmussen and the rest, as the teammates of victory lanes, Cara Batigue and Louis Cochet, watch out not to do anything unwise into this last qualifying heat of the day. But while the battle, look at Botaro, the CRT driver, diving through the inside of Cara Batigue, losing another place, the Swiss driver down to 7, and Davide Botaro up into 6, and doing a bit of a recovery. But it's going to have to shut that door because Cara Batigue still has the pace to switch those positions potentially.
Yes, indeed. We'll keep a close eye on this fight as the race nearing its conclusion here. Luke Corner trying to gain as many places he can back. If we can get past Cara Batigue, that will get him back into where he started this race, and he sends it down the inside and gets that move done. But let's see how that progresses for the rest of this race, because right now still in a very strong position here is Luke Corner. But let's see how it all ends at the end of this race, because like you say, nearly coming to a conclusion. Aston Sharp now, the fastest driver out there, 50.029. That's incredibly quick pace at this stage of the weekend, but still pushing as hard as he can. Joe Turney seemingly still half a second off the back of Thibaut Ramekers. He has not been able to pile on that pressure enough. So for Ramekers here, he's looking at a pole position start for the Superheats tomorrow in Superheat 1, alongside Oliver Kinmark, and Costoya will be looking at a start alongside Daniel Kelleher at this rate.
And if it stays like it is, that will be the first time this season that Thibaut Ramekers will end up leading the qualifying heat classification. We've had the likes of Costoya, Turney, Scott Marsh and Thomas Pradi in rugby, who all ended up as Saturday leader after the qualifying heat. So if it stays like it is, that would be a first for Thibaut Ramekers, who came before Kristianstad being classified third in the overall standings behind Kenzo Craigie and Costoya. So points will be added at the end of this race. 25 for the Belgian driver currently in the lead of the classification. So calculations will be made as we'll have a new standing for the championship tomorrow before another 25 points added to the leader at the end of the superheats, and some more after the final. But Costoya, your race leader, 7/10 of a second now, pulling away from Oliver Kinmark, who's been one of the local sensations in the senior field, that's for sure, picking up that win in those slippery, wet conditions in great fashion. And this is how it looks for now. Ramekers 3 points away from Costoya. Kinmark being third overall, that means that he would get to start alongside Thibaut Ramekers for the superheat number 1, and Daniel Kelleher will be alongside Costoya for superheat number 2. But for that, you just need to make it through the checkered flag, and it seems to be done, and does it for good for Christian Costoya on his way to victory number 4. What a beautiful display of performance for Christian Costoya. Another win in the bag, the 4th one on equal points, on equal number of victories with Thibaut Ramekers, but missing out on just 3 points on the overall lead. Still, the job is done, and in a beautiful fashion for Christian Costoya, picking up that last race of the day. That means, if it stays like it is, that we will pick up pole position for the superheat number 2. Well done to this young man, Joe Turney, 13 places gained, 17 on the grid, 4th at the end. His best race so far in the qualifying races for Joe Turney. And as for now, we have finally our 2 pole sitters, if it stays like it is, for the tomorrow's superheat, Thibaut Ramekers and Christian Costoya, with Louis Couchet, thanks to his result, picking up 8th place overall. Now, Costoya from Oliver Kinmark and Thibaut Ramekers, that's the top 3 in this final of the 30 qualifying heats that we had since yesterday. Joe Turney 4th, from Louis Couchet 5th, from Davide Botaro, Luc Corne, Cara Batigue, Simon Bulbarella, Toby Gale running at the top 10, followed by Sebastiano Pavan, Aston Sharp, Then we have Vilmos Van, Luna Flusha, Dean Pedersen, Ella Hakkinen, Mariano Lopez, Jordi Troja, Sebastian Hedin, Effinder Runov P20. 21st going to Sebastian Mins from Hugo Marti, as well as Carl Lutard, Vanessa Surcunetti, Oliver Rasmussen, Mathis Ometre, Christian Mosiman, Rondero Sargetta, Nati Fanon, the last driver to see the checkered flag. A couple of drivers missing out before the red flag. The unfortunate Scott Marsh, Joel Pajola, Matthew Higgins all missing out, and the black flag given to Roman Kamiab, who wasn't allowed to take part in the second line starting procedure. Now, this young man, the standard bearer this season of the Paris Motorsport Factory team, and doing an immense job picking up second overall, the points that comes with it for the championship, and one of the 2 pole positions for Superheat number 2, while Thibaut Ramakers, with 4 wins as well to his name, is our overall leader at the end of the qualifying races. It's all played out, first of all, with that crazy, scary incident, the misunderstanding between Roman Kamiab and Matthew Higgins, the Energy Corsa driver, being sent into a spin, uncontrollable spin against the wall there of the Marshall post, picking up as well other drivers in the process, with Joel Potola being sent into a spin as well and having to go to a DNF. And we had as well one of the Fusion drivers as well, Mariano Lopez, being picked up quite unfortunately in this incident. He was able to carry on and take the second start, but we all had a bit of a scare. But the good thing is that Matthew Higgins was quick on his feet, talking and smiling, and he's been in the meantime taken to the hospital for precautions and for the precautionary checkup afterwards. Now, after the green flag was waving and after following a 15-minute repair, it was all coming down to the wire. A good start from that first position for Christian Costoia, and then as soon as the restart was given, Giotani was already climbing through the field, and as so was doing Thibaut Ramakers on the inside first of Karabatig. The first of the 2 victory lane drivers being taken out first, and then Giotani would follow him through on the inside of the Swiss driver in the last turn of the track. And Louis Cochet would be the next in line to be overtaken by Thibaut Ramakers. And as we keep the highlights on, let's get down to the Parc Fermé and have a word with Anthony Jordan and some of the protagonists of that last qualifying heat. Over to you, Anthony.
Thank you very much, Guillaume. Yes, indeed, a very dramatic end to the qualifying heats there with that red flag. But we do have finally our pole sit. We had to wait a while for it for Superheat A. Thibaut Ramakers, congratulations, points leader at the end of that one. 25 championship points heading your way and a pole position. But tell us, that race certainly had a bit of a long pause in it. Tell us, what were you thinking during that time?
Yeah, it was a tough one. My start was really bad. After the start was P7. It's not what we expect, but it's like this. And after I had the speed, I gained some position to finish P3, so it's not that bad.
You had to make up those last few spots at the end. You did manage to do so, just managing to clinch that lead away from Christian at the end. But tell us, those last few overtakes, did you know what you needed to get that pole, or were you just going for every overtake you could?
No, I got to every overtake I could. I know it was a bit tricky with Christian with the point for the 8 and for the Super 8 tomorrow, but I had the speed, and I'm great for tomorrow.
Excellent. Well, it's still a good job from you. Still good championship points and a pole position for Superheat 1. We'll see you out there. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff for Thibaut Ramakers. Let's bring in Christian Costoia, who as well, right at that very end, just losing out on that top spot. But Christian, you still start on pole position for Superheat 2 tomorrow. You still get a good chunk of championship points for your title fight, of course, with Kenzo Craigie. Tell us, how are you feeling after that last race?
Yeah, I'm feeling good, very confident with the speed we have. Let's try to manage tomorrow. The possibility of the championships is very open, and yeah, I think we make a very good day today, and let's see what is tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow is going to be a busy day, isn't it? Of course, you had to deal with that long pause as well. That restart was, I think, pretty well done from yourself. You got on the power nice and early out of the final corner. Were you hoping to catch everyone sleeping behind you?
Yeah, I think it was a very nice strategy. We decided to take it, and it goes in our way.
Yeah, certainly does. But a job well done still. Second in the points, 22 championship points to your name, and a pole position start for Superheat 2. So we'll see you out on track tomorrow. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Excellent stuff there to Christian Costoya and to Thibaut Ramikas. Well, there we have it. Racing done for the day. But, Guillaume, tell us, what can we expect tomorrow?
Thank you very much, Anthony. As the last word goes to Martin Bean.
Martin, to all radio users, that's the end of the track activities today. An exciting end to the day, unfortunately, but once again, excellent teamwork, superb support from Ben and your marshals. Another excellent job out there. Really appreciate it. Have a good night, whatever you're doing, and we'll get to see you all again in the morning. Take care now.
Well, there you have it. Thank you very much, Mr. Martin Bean, Champions of the Future Race Director. And yeah, good evening and a good night to everybody here. What a day it has been, ladies and gentlemen. What do we have on schedule for you guys tomorrow? Well, the final phase with the Superheat coming up tomorrow, 9:50 on track. 9:45, we will be live as always on the YouTube channel of the Champions of the Future on Motorsport TV. As always, we're going to have 6 races on schedule tomorrow. 2 Superheat for the juniors, 2 Superheat for the OK Senior, and then the much expected final after the lunch break taking place at 1 o'clock for the juniors and 1:40 for the seniors. Make sure to be with us. There's going to be a lot of spectacle from myself, Guillaume Alvarez, and Anthony Jonan and the entire RGMMC crew live from the Ice Ring of Kristianstad. This has been a great day of racing, but there's more to come tomorrow. Bye-bye.